That's his problem.
Oh,
That is his problem.
oh.
What's the level spread of fishery? What class is she?
Probably like a trout.
Their class?
Well, yeah, you asked what kind of spread she is. I imagine she'd be like a trout fish spread. Put her on some crackers.
No, the only thing she's spreading is barbecue sauce. I don't. Anyways,
oh my god,
talk.
it's like a smoky barbecue fish spread. That's what you get when you fillet fishery.
Thank you for the
Mitchell,
meme.
I hate that you just went through 30 seconds of effort for that. But the thing is, even though I hate it, I'm saving that image, and it's gonna be up on the screen for the recording now.
No.
It's growing bigger.
That's what she
No.
It's zooming in on the funny. All right, now I'm just gonna have it disappear into Walker's mouth. Nom 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 nom. There you go. Well, William can't defend himself because for the first time I've run D&D since he joined my first campaign, he's not here.
No,
He's the one who's not here.
Serious anxiety
For the
right
first time ever. And it's the funniest thing ever, so... Oh, is that... Oh, I think there's some barbecue sauce leaking out of Walker's mouth right now. I'm making so much work for myself when I edit this.
You could just do nothing of what you said.
Or I could just leave the barbecue
Sounds like a
sauce
crazy
there
asshole.
all session.
Just look like a crazy asshole.
No, I think Walker's just got barbecue sauce on his mouth all session. Oh,
We started recording?
I started recording like 5 minutes ago.
If you don't
Okay,
put
he's
the barbecue
just gonna
sauce,
cut this part out. It'll be fine.
If I have bad news, I don't ever cut anything out.
if you don't just put the barbecue sauce over his mouth, I'm gonna be disappointed.
It's gonna be dripping.
No, I mean like the bottle.
If I'm in a real good mood, I'll have like a nice little stick figure arm going from like Ishri to like smothering it all over Walker's.
I zoned down. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're recording.
Stop zoning out during D&D, Logan.
We're not talking. You're talking about something about barbecue sauce and our characters, and I don't know if we're having a barbecue sauce wrestling match right now. Like, is this like a one shot where we're all wrestling in barbecue
Yes.
sauce? Like, are
I
we
now
just
know
gonna?
what I now know what Fishery's signature match is. The barbecue sauce bath battle.
Instead of mud wrestling, it's barbecue sauce wrestling.
I would totally be into that. After returning from the Shadowfell, heading to Dreswood, you had days of respite and some time to get your various affairs in order, with Owen contacting Marquez and telling him of the incredibly important Ventron, you good? Good job, Ventron. Cool. The incredibly important news that you had finished your job. You had finished the job and were looking to be picked up. He said he had it all set up. All he needed to do was give you a location, which he did, just north of the Styrus Forest at the coast in about 6 weeks' time. So you had some time to kill. You relaxed around Dreswood. You learned some information, good and bad. You began to realize you had a lot to do, a lot of time to kill, and a lot of loose ends to wrap up, as we have discussed very importantly out of character for far too long. But for now, I'm going to ask you all, as the fabled time skip kind of begins, I will ask unto you all, in some random order that we will find out as we go, Amari, Evian, Ishri, Owen, Rom, and Simon, all people with first names. It is another morning in Dreswood. You all have gotten sleep, and it was another night. Simon, the morning falls to you. I know you had plans. So, before you guys begin this time skip proper, I will ask unto you, Simon. What you doing?
I am heading off from the tavern to my parents' place, and I will be having a delicious breakfast with them.
How early are you leaving?
I'd say early, like what time is sunrise?
Oh, you want to go out like sunrise or after, or
Like a bit, because I know like sunrise is when
you
like,
don't
in the
want to be
day-
a dick, right?
Yeah,
Give it like
yeah.
half hour or something.
Yeah.
All right. You stretch, do your morning routine, you get dressed, I'm feeling great. You head off from the Bee's Knees in the direction of the Dorrigus family farm, where you were raised from a wee bab. And, you arrive, looks as it always does, though you don't immediately see anyone who is working the fields or anything. It's quiet, as every morning in Dreswood is.
Give a light knock, not like enough to wake anybody up, but enough to be noticed if anyone was awake.
You wait a moment. There is no response.
Simon will open a book and wait out on the porch for a bit.
5 minutes go by. Nothing.
Simon will wait another roughly 20 minutes until if he hears anything in 20 minutes, he'll knock again.
You knock again. Nothing?
What time is it right now, Ben, roughly?
Like 8, 9 in the morning. Getting very hot.
And,
You are.
And my Christian isn't up and doing things.
You don't see anyone.
Simon enters the house. Is it locked or?
It is not.
Simon enters. Hello? Is anyone home?
No response.
He heads up the stairs to his parents' room.
You
And
head up in the
before-
direction of their room.
before going into the room, I'd of course knock again and give a warning. I'm coming
There
in.
is. The door is open.
Oh,
All the doors are open, pretty much, in the house.
what? Is it anyone home?
You don't see anyone. Like, the only door that was shut was the front door. And heading
explored-
through, the back door was shut as well. But, like, all of the interior doors were either cracked, open. A couple of them might have been shut, like a closet door, but for the most part, they're all just kind of open.
Would I know if anything's like where they went or?
You
Like,
start
right
looking through. Is there anything particular you're looking for, or just trying to get an idea here?
Get an idea. Like,
Give me an investigation check.
oh boy. I'm sorry, it's gonna take me a second. My bad. Investigation. Oof.
Taking a quick glance around just at various things, it seems over the course of the night, a small fireplace was lit. There is lots of burnt documents and things in it. Looks like a lot of stuff was burned in it.
What documents?
You
Can I
can't
get
tell.
any? No, I can't tell at all. Like,
It's
there's
destroyed. It's just
Can I go up to their room and look at documents I looked at like before?
Looking around, the closets, the armoires, they are left open and much of the clothes are missing. There's some stuff thrown about the bed that was left. It seems whatever they were, like, after a few moments you get just that they were trying to leave in a hurry.
Simon is gonna go into his old room if it's still there.
It is?
He's just gonna look around.
You get a feeling that this was probably, at one point, might still have been Christian's room after you left.
Well, he'll sit down on the bed or any place he can sit down. Does he know that they're gone? Is Simon thinking that they
It
left?
seems like it, yeah.
Look, at this point, Simon would cry a little bit, sitting on the bed, thinking that they just left him. Going out, is there any tracks leaving out? Like, you said they left in a hurry.
It
Burnt
seems
documents?
like it based on what you found, yeah.
Is there any tracks on the ground outside?
There are lots of footprints. Give me another investigation check.
Oh my gosh.
That's all you needed. It looks like there was a decent amount of time there. You find tracks for a wagon. Seems like they were running back and forth, loading up a wagon.
Any direction that wagon went, roughly? Like north or south?
Seems like it was going north. You lose track of the tracks proper very quickly, given that this is still a very heavy dirt path. It's commonly used. It seems like it pulled up, was loaded across some amount of time, and then left.
Guessing that Simon will head back to the tavern and is anyone still there? Or did anyone leave early in the morning? Because it's still pretty early.
I will assume that some people are there. As for who, that's up to you guys.
Can I break down who's there?
Owen told Cordell that they would speak before he left, so he's still there.
All right.
Because Simon would go to Owen if he's up at roughly 9-10ish.
Owen is sitting. He went to bed last night, but he is once again sitting in the same chair that he was last night. There are heavy, dark circles under his eyes. His eyes are red. It doesn't look like he slept much.
Owen. Good morning.
Morning, Simon.
I was gonna have breakfast with my parents, but it looks like they got up out of here pretty quick.
Gone?
Simon nods. Yeah. Looks like they headed north, so maybe they got word of a doctor?
Thought you made plans with him?
I thought so too. And you see Simon looks down. I mean, I'm heading north anyway to Sharondale. Shrindale?
You don't think? I mean, it couldn't have been anything you told him.
I mean, it seemed like they were just happy to see me. I mean, if they did head to Shrindale. I'll see them. Maybe.
Let's hope so.
And you see Simon is starting to pack up.
Going to
Is there
get
any
an early
place-
start.
Yeah, I mean, I'll head out. It's gonna be a day and a half, roughly. On foot.
I'd offer you a horse, but we've not many to spare. In fact, we've none to spare.
It's fine. You're heading up to Starshore, right? Today?
I
Do you care to meet up somewhere sometime? I don't think I'll be able to stay in Shrindale for long.
don't know how long we're going to be there. If you'd like to speak to Lokar, I can wait for you.
See,
After
Simon,
that, though, we're headed back south.
you see Simon think, after Sharondale, I don't know where else to go. Like I said, I can't stay there for long. You're leaving right away, though. I guess I'll head to Shrindale and meet you. Is there a place that we can meet, possibly? Sometime?
Owen thinks for a second. He kind of looks around the tavern and leans in a little bit. I haven't spoken to Evie about it, but after Starshore, I plan to go to the friends we met outside of Tibbet Crest. Do you remember?
Simon nods. Yeah, it sounds like I could do that, yeah.
You can meet in Cole if you don't want to approach them alone, or Moskin, either one.
I'd rather meet in Cole if we can. Or Mosque. It's kind of, we have to kind of make the decision now, don't we?
Cole will be less travel. We won't have to travel past it.
There's probably more direct roads there too. Yeah, let's do that. When do you want to? I guess let's head straight there after Shrindale.
I hope you find what you're looking for, Simon.
I just hope I'll be able to see you again. Hopefully, I don't get caught up.
You're a clever man, Simon. You'll be fine.
Simon gives you a big smile, and and he starts packing up. Before he leaves, he would get enough food for travel. From like the whole round trip, and you'd get enough food for the whole round trip, if possible. And he'd leave that morning. He'd say goodbye to everybody first. Just fast goodbyes. Owen knows where they're meeting, so he knows where to go after.
I've got a little thing for Owen's goodbye to Simon.
It's roughly probably 2 hours later, he gets enough food and kind of comes back, is back into the inn, saying goodbye to everybody, and this is where he's making his departure now. Probably around noon, I'm guessing.
Owen he does the kind of traditional garish goodbye where he goes in for a handshake, but rather than grasp hands, he grasps Simon's forearm. And he pulls him in close and he says, "Watch your back there, lad." And he presses a small pouch into Simon's hand. But that's it.
Simon smiles. Thank you. I'll see you soon, hopefully. And he gives you a big hug back. And he'll head off. Aw, this is cute.
So, with that, we will begin panning around. Oh, and you have something you need to do before you left?
I mean, he promised Cordell that he would speak to him again before leaving. So there's that, but I think that's it, other than saying goodbye to everybody.
Head off to go to the Walker family lumber mill to see Cordell, and you are quickly directed to the home. You knock, and a moment later he comes out and looks not surprised, but a little lost for a moment. Yes, Mr. McDurk.
We'll be leaving soon. I promised I would come by before we left.
Purses his lips a bit. For a moment, he just kind of looks at you, and it's been nice to know that whatever happens, there's and he kind of shakes his head again. Not gonna be coming back anytime soon.
Don't expect to. Things change.
Moses
This will be the
told
last
me.
time for a while.
You've got some weeks if you need. Place to lay your head. Place to hide out. You got some time. This house, it's safe for you.
I'm sure I don't have to tell you how much that means to me.
He just quietly nods. There's days I wish we would have stuck it out in Garland. Shakes his head. I'd never tell Moses, but sometimes I feel like things might have been better. Just not running away, just dealing with those problems and staying there. Game sight better than here, anyway. Most of the time. I don't know if I ever told him, he'd take on more weight and blame himself some more. That boy would carry the world on his shoulders if he could. Not even caring that's crushing him.
Can't keep on the way he is forever.
Well, I told him very plain words to cut back. I expect you and the rest of them, all of you going with him. I don't I don't know who it is, who it's not. I don't know what your plan is as a group, but whatever that plan is, take care of him. Make that... Shakes his head a bit. Just make that kid take care of himself a bit. Needs to.
By my name? I swear I will.
Thank you, Mr. Owen McDurk. You're a damn stand-up one. In another life, would have been proud to fight a war under you.
Would have been glad to have you at my side.
Unfortunately, and he gives a little shrug and looks down at his cane and his bad leg. Instead, you're here and I'm here and war's there. And shakes his head again. Tell me that. I want to hear that everything's gonna be alright, whatever happens with Moses, that he not just takes care of himself, but he's surrounded himself with mages, so hopefully whatever happens with his this thing, I know he can take care of himself, but I don't know if he can really take care of himself. You understand? Tell me that'll be dealt with. You deal with that. Find an answer. Anything. I'm gonna say the same thing to Moses. If that's dealt with, if you find an answer, I will take the next way. He kind of taps on his head. You talk to me, you tell me that. And I will trust you, Mr. McDurk, on that. And I will find a way to go home to Garland.
You have my word.
Good luck.
Thank you for everything. Owen offers his hand, Cordell.
Gives a very firm shake of your hand and just pats you on the shoulder with his left hand. I owe you. Taking care of my boy this far. I owe you all.
We wouldn't have got very far without him. I don't think thanks are necessary. I appreciate it all the same.
What he tells me, I imagine he'd be 6 feet in the ground if not for all of you, so. Gives a little half smile and kinda just looks on back at the mill. Thank you again. I don't see anybody else, give them my thanks.
Owen nods, turns to go, and as he kind of takes a few steps away, he says back over his shoulder, and watch out for the forest the next year. Something tells me it's going to be bountiful harvest.
He doesn't say anything back, but if you were to take a glance back at him, you would see him kind of scratching his head, cocked to the side a few degrees, and staring back behind him. with that, a couple of immediate goodbyes done. What kind of groups do we have? Who is going where? Who is doing what? My friends. And who would like to go first as we begin spending some time with various... I'm sorry?
I have a suggestion.
Yep.
Let Simon go first because he has to work at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Logan?
Sense.
Right,
Also,
Right, that was a joke. That was a scheduling issue. It was a joke. I was memeing.
Oh, what a bad
Okay,
joke.
Rat.
What an awful joke that didn't... No one laughed!
Great, cool. Okay, well, my suggestion
Never mind.
is...
Fuck Logan. Make him go last.
No, I'll go first. I'd actually love to go first.
Tough luck, rat.
First, we we need to see where the horses are going. We only have 3 of them.
All right.
Owen and Evian are taking their horses and going to Starshore.
All right, so
Yep.
you guys have patches.
Patches.
No, Cav-How.
Calf-how. Come on.
No,
now.
I meant you guys as in
Yeah.
everyone that's not
Oh.
Owen and Evian have patches.
Okay.
There's
If
one
Ishri
horse
is-
between 5 of you.
If Ishri is coming with Owen and Evian, then she should take patches.
So,
Yes.
I think it depends on. So Simon's already gone, so she's not going with the lone person. I would need to know if Walker's doing something alone or if he's just hanging out in Dreswood and then joining them immediately. That's the issue.
Well, based on... he is going to be staying in Dreswood for, and I quote from what he has told me until he gets here, at least a hot minute. I may have translated that from
Well, you
English
could-
into Ven.
You could ask him in the chat.
You could ask him in the chat until he eventually arrives.
We're gonna ask them in 4 words. Now, if that wasn't fucking efficient, I don't know what is.
Oh.
You could do everyone else though, while we figure this shit out.
Yeah, so... I suppose... Rom would then... Yeah, we'll take Rom first, so... Rom, while Owen and Evian are setting out, trying to figure out Rom, you are heading to Morwen.
Yeah. Where do Amari's parents live? Moskin?
Mazder Glen.
Oh, Moskin. Okay. Opposite directions. Well, I mean, are
real
we...
quick. Sorry, Alex. I totally interrupted you, and this is
Cool.
just a teeny tiny thing that I need to say before I mute myself for your entire segment. Just like with Simon, when Owen says goodbye to everybody, he presses a small pouch into their hands, and it smells very strongly of mint.
Oh, Jesus.
And when the time comes that you need me, just smell of mint and I will find you.
Oh no.
Well, she is going to have to head north, so I thought maybe she could accompany Simon at least as far as Sharondale.
Yes,
Now,
yes, awesome.
Sharondale
Perfect.
is out of the way. What you would be doing if you're trying to get to Morwen is heading immediately out of the city west, and then to Diaris, and then to Morwen from there. Sharondale will be
Okay.
going out of the city north. So if you wanted to accompany him, you would then essentially have to backtrack.
Okay.
If anything, the first day or 2 of travel, you would be able to accompany Owen and Evian, because the path does not split until Diaris.
Well, I mean, we have time, so if Amari wants to hang out, then we could just go south, then north.
Yeah. If you want to go to Sharondale with Simon and then come back.
No,
Let me
no,
go to
no,
Monster
no,
Club.
not. We're not doing Sharondale. Sorry, sorry, Simon. Apparently, it's
Okay.
out of the way.
Correct.
Oh.
So you wanted to go to Mazda Glen, then to Morwen?
Yeah.
Okay. I can be done. Amari will go with.
Rom says goodbye blithely, as if it doesn't really mean all that much.
All right.
And there's no horses to buy here, right?
No, this is a... I mean, asking around... You need, like, you just want to grab some riding horses?
Yes.
Let me check on prices.
Let me check my pockets.
If you need horses out of Dreswood, they would be running you about, 125 crosses each?
Yeah, we're not buying horses here.
I mean, who's got
These-
2 thumbs and 6 sons? This girl.
6 sons?
Yeah, remember? I'm
That's-
fucking
Oh,
Richie Rich.
Oh, wrong son. Okay.
We could do it.
You can't, because a son is 10 crosses, and they're 125 crosses
Oh.
each. You have a total of 91 crosses.
My brain
worth.
is... Okay, my brain is not working. Let's just... No. Fuck me. Never mind, I'm not good at math.
Base 10 hard, show at base 8.
We walk. We fucking walk.
On the Foundry as well, I drew a very rough estimation of roads throughout the country. Just so you can get a gist of what connects where. So anyway. With that, Rom, you are going alone?
No, we're going to Monster Glen,
Oh,
and
you're
then
going-
we're going
okay.
back up.
Okay, Rom and Amari are going to Monster Glen.
Yep.
Road trip.
Alright.
Ooh,
So,
college kids.
the first... I'll figure something fun out for how I want to animate this in the video. Hopefully.
Spin cut.
No, like some kind of fun circles or something.
Funny circles.
We'll see. So, you guys spend a day heading south and another day heading further south. Eventually, you find yourselves at the edges of Loch Orda, the massive lake, Monster Glen, where you, for quite a while, Amari called home. There is a pang of nostalgia at the number of willow trees that smatter the Ordagift River as you get close to the loch, and then eventually it gives way to the high steps, the nicer area of the city. Being that Monster Glen is the largest settlement of the Ulster Fields, and probably, no census or anything, but probably the 4th largest city in all of Lenore, behind only Verona, Starshore, and Garast. You arrive, and there are a smattering of guards who look vaguely on edge, the Intellier, and they just kind of look at the two of you, and don't side-eye you per se, but they definitely scan you more than Intellier have, or more than you're used to Intellier scanning you. You start to climb the hill onto the high steps, which is the main entryway into the city. Where to?
Amari isn't like heading straight to his parents' house. He's going to stop and find some place to like I suppose like get fed so he doesn't have to be like, oh, you guys have anything to eat or something? So he doesn't come there hungry and wanting to ask too much of them. So they'll probably go to an inn.
There's an inn
tavern.
and tavern known as the Gifted Overlook. At one point, a very popular tourist attraction, I suppose. It sits at the edge of the high steps on the cliffs overlooking Loch Orda, very picturesque. It is the most popular place to stay in town. It is the largest and the safest place in the city as well.
Just buy something to eat and maybe like try to get cleaned up some
No problem.
from walking.
Oh, you do have prestidigitation, so that takes literally 2 seconds in your room.
Mhm.
Okay, so grab some lunch.
Grab some lunch. It is
Clean
comfortable.
the fuck up.
Yeah. You guys are well taken care of at the Gifted Overlook. And that evening, I will presume.
Mm-hmm. He'll make his way over.
All right. You start heading back home.
Am I coming with? Or
That
Yeah,
would be the question.
Amari would be like, just there. You can come with if you'd like. You don't have to, but I appreciate it.
well, let's go ahead and mosey then.
Right.
Are
Mosey.
you expecting anything? Like what are you feeling?
I don't really know. Nervous is one word I would use.
How so?
I just don't know what to expect. I guess.
That's fair. I mean, how long's it been since you've seen him?
I'm checking because it's been a hot minute. They only came to visit once while I was in school. And let's see.
God, you can really tell it's been a
5
hot
years?
minute.
5 years. Or so.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not really sure what to expect.
Yeah, I suppose that's been about how long it's been for me? 6 years? Well, won't know till we go, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Mari tries to put on a brave face and will head to where his parents' house was.
You head to the banks, the lower village-esque district of the city. More closely knit homes and the attachment to the docks. Head a little more inland, wind a couple blocks to your childhood home. It is vaguely as you remember it. It has been renovated a bit. There's been some additions. It looks like they've added on a small barn onto one side, getting rid of what amounted to, you would remember as a garden at one point.
Mm-hmm. Gonna walk up to the front door and...
A moment passes and you hear a voice calling, just a fucking minute, wait, just a fucking minute. Which you don't recognize. And a moment later you see this man, very, very large beer belly come out, not wearing a shirt, kind of saggy, and maybe 40s, yeah. Pants kind of half falling off, kind of going bald-ish, very stringy hair, and just, what can I do for you?
Hi. I was looking for the people who may have used to live here.
Well, I own this house free and clear for a number of years now. Are you... He kind of looks around. Are you with one of the banks? Eh?
No. I was just curious if you heard
Slams
of
the door shut in your face.
whereabouts of the Stolt family.
Well, that was pleasant. Any neighbors that you could ask, maybe? They still live here? We could check?
Maybe. Would I know of any particular neighbors?
Passively, but given you were 9 when you left, you wouldn't know them, but like you would know of them. You would know that it would be let me double check here. I have something written for this, I'm pretty sure. Give me a minute. I need to find it. I think it's under your personal backstory that I have something written in case you tried to have to look for your family. That ain't it. I'm sorry, this is taking longer than I thought. I got very,
You want to take a quick break to find it?
No. Miss Zara, that was the lady's name. She was, probably 5-10 years. She had, like, that kind of, like, homely, older aunt feel to her. You probably saw her a few times. Occasionally, she helped with the garden. Things like that. Not community-like, but, you know, she was very neighborly. And you just knew her as Miss Zara. Next door. Just next door to the left.
Again.
A moment later, you see a much older and crouched over with a cane, got like a little bit of like a hunchback almost. Age has not been kind to her, to say the least. It's kind of, oh yes, what can I help you with?
Hi, I don't know if you remember me, but it's Amari Stolt. I used to live next door. I was just wondering if you knew what happened, or where my parents moved to.
There's a moment, like, you feel like you're talking to nothing. Her face doesn't really change in them after probably a whole moment of comprehension, like a full 60 seconds. She kind of like, little Amari, I heard you was a great worker out in Verona, making them lots of money so they could retire, they said. They were so proud of you.
Yeah, I sure did help with that. Do you know where they may have retired to?
Oh, until my back got real bad, They hired me on as a gardener full time when they moved up to the high steps.
High steps.
But she kind of shrugs. Oh, what was it? 3 or 4 years ago, maybe, a bit less. He kind of puzzles. They got into some... He shrugs. And she kind of leans in close, like almost gossip-like. I hear they got into a bunch of bad things with some people. They ended up having to sell it.
Mari's face like sours.
Last I heard, he's living on a boat out on the loch.
What?
She gives a little reassuring nod.
Look out on the loch. Is there any boats?
There are always boats out on the loch. It's an incredibly, like, fishing is bonkers here. On top of that, there are occasionally people who, in lieu of being homeless, buy a boat and live on it. Sometimes they come to dock. Sometimes, given the when there's not storms, they can stay out on the loch for days on end. But yes, it is not rare for people to live on boats in Monster Glen.
All right. Thank you for the information.
She gives a little half nod and, oh, they'll be so happy to see you.
I'm sure they will.
They talked nothing but spoke of how impressive you were at your studies and how you were gonna help them retire and She kind of gives like a little, like, almost whimsical, like just looking up, thinking about the possibilities. Oh, how I wished I could have had a son as you. Sweet little Amari, how you've grown.
It's nice to see you again. I'll see you around maybe. And
you say that there's no goodbye. Her face just kind of like staring vaguely up and past you with a half smile. It's another like 30-60 seconds of lack of any response or comprehension, or before she finally just gives you a little all right, goodbye, it's nice to see you, and slowly starts walking back inside. Walk.
Bit of a goose chase, this. Sorry, he's on his way to bed.
Yeah, this is a bit more than I was expecting.
Well, sounds like they ran into financial trouble.
Sounds like it. I'm gonna go look for him.
I didn't hear either of you because you both talked at the same time.
You go first.
Whereabouts do you think we would even begin to start looking?
Question, God, what would be a good place to start?
The docks, where the ships come back to get water and refresh their things.
The docks. We'll start there. Maybe get a boat and see if there's any of them that are out on the water. But hopefully we don't have to do that. Go to the docks. Begin the search.
All right.
Yep.
So, both of you can give me investigation checks, assuming Rom is helping.
Cool. Love it.
13.
Through maybe an hour or two of asking around, getting, close to sunset now, it becomes very apparent that not a lot of people here like them.
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Not to say that it's like an incredibly negative thing, but there's definitely a sense of like you ask about them and it's not the first time someone's come around asking about them. It's fairly common. Eventually, while you don't get a name, you get the idea that they tend to try and avoid the docks, but probably based on like trying to put a timeline together of every few days when they show up, they should be back either tonight or tomorrow to, you know, restock things, possibly sell fish, make a bit of meager coin.
Yeah, I imagine they just like make this like sour expression every time I ask about them.
It's
like,
it's sour, but also annoyance. Like they've heard it all. They all treat you very similarly to the first gentleman who you spoke with, who slammed the door in your face when you mentioned you were not a banker and he did not owe money in any way.
Oh man, I could have totally scammed that dude, but I digress.
Real friendly town.
Yeah. I didn't expect this. Well, I kind of did, but yeah. I'll wait around, I guess, to try to find them.
And so it is that right when you're ready to say fuck it and go back for the night and get a night's rest and try again, you see a boat approaching the docks and getting ready to tie up. It's not a nice boat. It's reminiscent of like a shitty houseboat, like the kind that you would see as something that should not be lived on. Like you could see there's some damage to it. It's not very well upkept. It's kind of beaten up. And you see a familiar face throwing the line to the shore and beginning to tie the boat off from across the docks.
Amari will walk on up and like try to help them tie the boat off, and as he does so, just like look over and say, hi.
There's a moment of just, is that you? Amari?
Yep.
His mouth is vaguely agape, like, what are you even? He quickly just ties it so that the front of the boat isn't going to float away, and he, what happened? Why are you, what are you doing?
I came to check up on you guys, as I might.
And he cuts you off with this big hug.
Oh.
Rom, you see this gentleman, maybe early 50s. While he has very gray hair, it seems like it's not that he's very old, it's that he probably got gray very young. He has a very strong cheekbones, a bit more in the upper body type of like this guy's got some broad shoulders, but otherwise he's a bit on the lanky side, very low of body fat type of look to him. He's got kind of this look about him of someone who probably, like, very tan skin, Someone who probably spends much of their day in the sun.
So this is Dad?
Yes.
Rom looks pleased that everything seems to be going okay so far. And, you know, stays quiet.
A moment
For now.
later, he just gives you, why did you, what happened?
Nothing happened. Job's going alright, though I don't really have one right now. But, I came to see you guys since I might be heading off soon and might not see you guys for even longer than it already has been.
He kind of gives this slow blink and... please, you could at least stay the night? Actually... There's a moment where he looks very nervous. Looks up at you. Your mother and I, He looks down. A few years ago, she left.
He did?
He purses his lips and nods a bit. Yes. She would occasionally, she liked to gamble with the merchants that came through here and thought she would make us a lot more money, and a couple times she did. That's when we moved up to the high steps. Well, next thing you know, it never really stopped. Never really stopped at all. It just kept... all that... I think it was something that... He kind of gives a half smile looking at you, and... I know she's sorry about pushing you so hard, but we only did it because we knew you could handle it. And... shakes his head. I don't know where she's went off to. She kind of keeps looking at Rom almost nervously as he's telling you this, like
this is Rom. She's my friend that I've made along the way. One of them.
Okay.
Hello.
Pleased to meet you, miss. Kai shakes his head again and looks back at Amari. I'm sure she meant well, but as I said, she got in deep with the wrong people, and I couldn't keep doing it. I was killing myself day in and day out for her. It just didn't work. He shakes his head again, almost nervously at you.
Well, it's good to see you again.
What
Surely
does
you're
he
gonna...
seem nervous about, if I can ask?
In what context are you asking?
Can I read its mind?
No, like, what... Like... Why is he... nervous about me? Am I just, like,
Give me an insight check.
intimidating, or...
It's probably because I could probably answer this. He probably thinks I married someone.
Yeah!
It seems like it's mostly a nervousness of kind of not really knowing, like, given that look of like, well, what the fuck? Like, am I really gonna just tell you all this in front of her? Okay, I guess you're cool with that. Sure, that's weird, but all right, type of thing.
Okay. In that case,
Yeah.
Rom will speak up. She could say, I can step aside a bit if you'd rather talk privately.
He looks to Amari.
If you'd prefer, we can talk in private. That was directed at his dad.
Perhaps, kind of looks back a bit. He's fairly nervous in general. Like, he's nervous about you, Ron, but also just the whole scenario seems kind of nerve-wracking to him.
Sure.
Look, you look, much better off than a shitty boat. How about we, he just looks around. How about morning? We can have breakfast. I'll make something.
If you want to stay inside, I can pay for a room for the inn for tonight, so you don't have to sleep on the boat.
He shakes his head. It's home. It's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
But thank you. Rain check.
Right.
That's
see
canon
you
now.
tomorrow.
Rain checks are a thing in Atlium now.
I'll see you then.
He nods. You guys head off?
Once they're like out of earshot, Amari just kind of like deflates and like rubs his face. It's not how I thought that would go.
How so?
Well, it was worse in some ways and better in some others, but I don't know. I wasn't expecting them to be separated and destitute. I don't even know where to even begin to look for my mom.
Sounds like she was into gambling. If you really want to look around, we could try to find some places that might know her.
Maybe. From what he said, did it sound like she was still even in Monster Glen?
No. The way he was speaking seemed to imply that she fucked off and he has no idea where.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, no, this was like, based on context, years ago they split.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I doubt we'll find her here. Who knows? Maybe we'll bump into her in Verona.
Every NPC that you guys need is going to be in Verona.
Well, who knows? Just so.
Yeah, so... hope meeting your parents goes better.
Well, that'll be the day. I suppose we'll see.
Yeah. Mari just looks a little down.
I guess it's not my place to say, but maybe a bad mama is worse than no mama.
I suppose.
So you guys are heading off?
Yep. Spending the night
You hear him barking a few quick orders in
at the inn
as
that
you
I
head away.
forgot what you said.
the name of the inn was the Gifted Overlook. Another night at the Gifted Overlook, and come morning you head back out to the boat slip where you saw him tying up the night before.
just make my way over. Have like a separate pouch with me. And I'll just make my way over and wave at him so he knows we're coming.
Yeah. Immediately, like, he looks more put together. He has shaved. His hair is kind of organized and cleaned. He's a bit better dressed. And he just like, Mari, good to be seeing you like proper now. It's a little smile.
Yeah. It's good to see you too.
So, I apologize. Last night wasn't very... He shakes his head. My name is... And he turns to Rom. Kenneth Stolt. Shakes his hand. He holds his hand out to shake yours.
Rom will shake his hand. Good morning. It's, Rom.
So, gives a little smile as he like, moves to guide you past the, like, it's not a gangplank, it's just a piece of wood, so you don't fall over and fall into the water. But by technical definition, a gangplank, he motions for you two onto the boat before him, and, as he does, he kind of, so, how did, you find my son's heart?
Oh, I don't know if we're that well acquainted yet.
Amari chokes on air.
Just kind of laughs a little. We just friends.
I apologize. What have you been up to of late? How have your studies gone? Good? You finished or all that? As I said, things were not. Purses his lips a bit. Things were not very good between your mother and I, and you know, she was the stronger voice.
Yeah. No, my studies went well. I know a total of 8 languages now. Alabastrian, Astorian, Floridian, Garish, Lenorian, Ceresian, Dwarvish, and Elvish.
He nods a bit as you list these off. You can't tell if he's disinterested or if it's just so much information of, like, flabbergasted. And you finished. You will find a job, a translating job.
I found several already.
Oh.
I have quite a bit of money.
He looks relieved as you say that.
I took aside some of it for you, and I'll hand him the pouch I had set aside.
How much is that?
100 clips and 103 crescents.
All right. He looks
as well as we'll go with 12 crosses.
All right. All right. He opens it and just, like, eyes wide. Oh, that's... You were not... He kind of turns back to Ron. Oh, very surprised you, you head below deck at this strange, houseboat. It is vaguely damp. This is probably, while seaworthy, would capsize and completely fall apart at the slightest sign of waves.
Looks slightly nervous, but tries to, you know, be calm.
Well, you're not on the sea, so unless there's a storm or something, there's not really going to be waves. Oh. On that front, you're okay.
Still in the water.
Yes, of course. You get below deck, and you can see he has what looks like vaguely moldy bread and fish spread of some sort laid out on a plate. There are a few slices of the bread that aren't moldy, but about 2/3 of the slices are a little moldy on one side.
Mari will take like the moldy breads, so Rom doesn't have to deal with it, and will just kind of like subtly just kind of peel the moldy bits off.
I'm sorry. It's hard to. It's hard. He kind of blinks at you. It's hard.
I know.
I wish I had more. Thanks to
It's-
you,
it's
maybe I
gonna-
can. Maybe you could come back for a little while. Help me find. You could teach me some languages. I could learn to translate. You could stay here. We could get better. Come home, Mari.
At the thought of coming home, he just kind of like stops himself mid like preparing to eat with them. He just kind of softly like shakes his head. I'm a bit busy. Soon we'll be heading off to some place, and I'm not sure if I'll be back. Which is kind of why I...
Where are you going?
We're heading off to Crayfurlery.
He looks puzzled for a moment. Where?
Crayfurlery, it's quite a ways away from here.
I mean, like Starshore?
Even farther. It'll be
Look.
across the ocean. It'll be across the ocean.
But a job in Crayfleur. Is it a good job? Are you going to still be able to help until I can get? You know, this is a kind of like looks appreciatively at the small sack of coin. This is such a good start, but I can buy a home. Small, I don't need to live on this boat anymore, and then I can start looking into. With your help, I can get back on my feet after the horrible mess that your mother left me in.
Yeah, I'll try to send some. It may just be gold coins instead of, Lenorian currency.
But
depending on what they have.
That's a lot.
Bigger.
Can you do that? Can you send things from out of the country? I do not
I
think
can
anything
certainly try.
Oh, okay. You're sure you don't want to stay here and help?
No, not to be offense to you, but I couldn't really get a job here speaking Lenorian just to other people, and the only
There's so
jobs
many
I
merchants
could.
who come through here, though. Surely you could make money off of them, right?
I doubt not enough. Not as much as this is going to be. But, here, he'll reach into his, other coin pouch and hand him 15 more crosses. This should hold you over for even more.
Of course. Of course they... And he just, like, tears welling up. He gives you this big hug. Like, the kind that goes around your neck, like, squeezes your head a bit. Miss you so much. Miss you so much.
Mari, slowly gives him a hug back with both arms.
A quiet moment passes, and as he kind of opens his eyes and looks up, there's like awkward eye contact between him and Rom. And he doesn't really, he just kind of like grits his teeth and just kind of like,
Oh, she would
and
not
stops hugging
be
Amari
trying
and kind
to
of.
not make eye contact right now.
Neither of you did it on purpose, but it happened. Hey, just for the briefest of moments, there's this incredibly awkward tension, and Amari, you feel it immediately too. It's just like the room kind of goes sour for a second, and his body slumps, so he kind of lets go of the hug. And so, is she your bodyguard, or you pay her? Business?
Kind of. Kind of. I wouldn't say I can't hold my own, but she certainly helps.
I was wondering if you were just gonna go off on a tangent where you just kept saying kind of.
Nope.
He just,
I just
like,
keep saying kind of and kind of and kind of.
Yeah, he looks and just, he turns to you all. Thank you for keeping my little boy safe.
Of course.
It's broke my heart not to see him, but
Traveling together is safe.
he nods with it's a sense of course it is, but very blatantly he's just going in agreement with what you say with no real, like, actual opinion on the matter.
Yeah.
Oh. This is... And he thinks for a moment and just, this is too much, and tries to hand some of the money back to you, Amari.
He just holds a hand up and says, "No, you'll need it more than I will."
All right. I suppose I will. Of course. Like almost telling himself as much as he is telling you. When are you leaving? Can you at least stay a few days?
We have other places we need to go to. We can stay today and catch up, but we have other places we need to go to before we head off.
Oh. Okay.
Rum tries to like make eye contact with Amari and see if like he's kind of uncomfortable right now, like he doesn't want to stay or what.
Kind of doesn't want to stay, but at the same time, he's being polite.
I think we could spare a day or two.
Pandas,
Possibly.
I could show you all I've learned about fishing since you've been gone. He has this moment of like realization that like Rom, it's that same kind of vibe that you get with your mother where like there's nothing in common, and you see that realization happening in real time across Kenneth's face.
Cool.
As he just realizes that, like, he knows nothing about his son at all. And, like, just slows down his words. And you'll have to tell me all about how you made so much coin and how you met your friend and Miss, I'm sorry, your name?
Rom.
Rom, yes, you'll have to tell me all about how you met Rom here and everything. I mean, you're going to crash flower.
Close enough.
You're going to crash flower. You're going really far away. Is that in Garland?
Even farther.
He looks a combination of flabbergasted and literally unable to comprehend even farther as a concept.
Yeah, I may be gone for quite some time.
Oh, you can at least send letters, right?
Sure. I'll do my best to.
I wish I was given them. I don't agree with your mother's idea to give you this. He kind of slumps back. I'm sorry. But I think if I had to do it over again, at least I wish I could have had the chance you did. You're going to crawfish something or other. Crawl flesh.
Crayflurry.
Right, yes, you're going there? I've never even heard of this. Sound like... He literally just doesn't have words to even theorize where it could be at that point.
He just kind of pets him on the shoulder. It's alright. If you want, we can spend today just catching up and then say our goodbyes tonight. Or in the morning.
Claps his hands. Splendid. Splendid.
Rom, you don't have to stay for all of this.
But
if you don't want
of course
to.
you can if you want to. Any friend of my boys is a friend of mine.
I'll stick around for a little while, but then I think I want to take a walk around town. See, since I haven't lived here, I'm not, familiar with all the sights.
Mm-hmm. As long as we don't set off the boat first. We'll let you go before then.
You kind of, if you'd like, I could. The loch is beautiful from shore, but looking at the East Fell Row from the middle is. It just shakes his head. One of the most beautiful things ever.
She would, but Rom's too polite to mention her allergy to fish.
He kind of cocks his head to the side.
Side-eye Amari? A little?
He kind of cocks his head to the side, and you guys sense he has no idea what an allergy is.
She'll get sick. Fish makes her sick.
Oh, don't.
As
well as,
what vibe is Amari giving me right now?
Rob, you have been eating. Have you been eating, Rob?
She has been doing her best to sort of stir it around to make it seem like she has been, but
it's essentially a small bowl of fish spread and sliced bread.
Well, she's just kind of been like holding it, okay. I guess.
He's like, "What? Don't eat that. It's a fish spread."
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Do you need to go off the boat now? He kind of looks to Amari, nervous. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
My mistake. I should have been more. I should look after myself.
The vibe.
It's nobody else's responsibility.
I'm not sure how I can describe a vibe, but he's not. he's trying not to throw you under the bus for being afraid of the water. Is what he's trying to do.
All right.
It seems like being sick of fish would be more reasonable than water makes me scared.
Okay. Well, why don't we meet up later then? I'll just go get some fresh air.
He nods and again still mouthing apologies nervously.
It's all right. Thank you for all your hospitality. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, I'll meet you back at the inn.
Rom, as you head out, you realize just how fucking hot and humid and stale the air in there was. Not to mention the smell of vaguely rotting and definitely dead fish became way too common to your senses. And like when you get the fresh air from coming up, it's almost overwhelming. Like the strength of just fresh trees nearby, even if they're just oak and pine, is so much after being in this like vaguely rotten, stagnant smelling boat.
I imagine that it is with some relief that she departs, then.
But you do depart. Meanwhile, Amari, there's a few moments of quick small talk, and he eventually just kind of cut. So, how did you meet such a woman?
Well, we met in Denrock, and I'll begin regaling the story of how Dunrock had fish monsters, and I'll leave out any portions in regard to Owen, almost pretending like Owen doesn't exist. How we went out on the lake, and not in a rude way. You get it. Don't ouch me. Don't ouch me, okay? He has a placeholder for Owen, but he doesn't.
I made you
Owen,
in
but...
Foundry. I just made you ouch yourself. Enjoy that.
Don't ouch me.
I didn't. You ouched yourself.
I'm talking to myself then.
Anyway,
but
so avoiding descriptions of magic, trying to avoid Owen as best you can.
Mm-hmm.
You regale the tale of Dunrock from there. What? I assume you mentioned the doing a translating, intern work at the war camp.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. War camp work, meeting Ivan. He has name holders for everyone that isn't Rom.
Okay, dude. I thought I was Evan. Come on.
And now you're Ivan.
This is
worse. Evan is a fucking wanted criminal.
Yeah, this isn't Evan or Evian. This is Ivan.
Of course. The third triplet, yes.
Yeah. This is Ivan the mediocre, as opposed to, the terrible. Anyway, so you regale him. Anything in particular you're not mentioning or are mentioning? I assume you're ignoring all the Fort Siege stuff.
Fort Siege, the Shadowfell, and anything to do with the war.
Okay.
Mainly, in anything he does say, it's like he met these group of friends and they decided to stick together, and he makes it seem like they're all just happen to be going to like the same places for similar jobs. Amari gets like several different training, other war camp-ish type jobs. One of which he does say was at Fort Siege.
Okay.
So it's like half truths, and but it's a lot of lies. He bullshits a lot to his dad.
Give me a deception check.
Oh boy, deception. Oh buddy.
Oh boy! I was just thinking, if there's one role
I'm
that
glad I'm not there.
doesn't want to have be a nat 1, it would be this one.
Ugh.
You spend multiple hours regaling these tales of valiantly saving people, discovering the dreaded fish people of Dunrock, and he... Give me an insight check.
Oh boy, I go from one good thing to a bad thing. Yeah, I don't get much.
He wants to believe you, but like you could tell he wants to believe this, but there is definitely a sense of, at the same time, he's not really like, yeah, sure, fish people in Dunrock, Like you can't tell exactly how he's feeling about it or anything, but there's definitely that sense of, sure, buddy, yeah, that's what you did.
Yeah, it at most I could argue it being the role being skewed in such a way that he was making it more of like an entertaining sort of thing rather than it being factual. Trying to make it sound like he's had more adventure than he actually has
Yeah.
when the adventure he has had is
Yeah. Cover up the big lie with a little lie.
He'd also talk about school, and that would be mostly true, save for the magic bits.
Yeah. Okay. And when you do eventually get done after hours of recapping the there's lots of course, and go on. Eventually the sun begins to set, and he kind of we're going to have to get some dinner soon.
Yeah,
Are you sure that your friend Mrs. Rom can't come with us out onto the lock for a little while?
No, she might get sick.
Right. Glad she's not hurt. Seems to be a good person.
He's a very good person.
He asks you to untie the. He'll begin setting up the oars to push off if you would untie the boat. He'll at least show you the lock ones.
He'll do that.
You notice that while one of the knots is tied like very well, like this is a sailor how they tie the knot. The other one was very hastily done. Just something to note amongst the many things that have been happening. And after a moment, he takes it or just pushes off, and you begin going into the lock. I know, growing up, we always promised you a boat and these beautiful things. He kind of like, as you get topside, he's got the sails down. They're catching a little bit of wind. He begins kind of turning the wheel a bit, 10, 15 degrees port. Without looking at you, your mother did love you in her own way. She made mistakes.
I know.
I think she was convinced. Was convinced that you were going to come back and fix everything. Didn't.
I'm sorry. I was a
Can't
bit
be
busy.
blamed on you. Can't ask a boy to fix a lifetime of mistakes. Just do better on their own. Turns to you with just this little, almost, it's not a large smile, but it's beaming. He's like radiating pride right now on this smelly, shitty fish boat. I wish I could at least tell her that you're home for a little while. I know she'd be happy to see you.
Yeah.
I didn't know if I should have said it in front of your friend, Rom, but she lost a lot of money to a lot of people and borrowed a lot more money from a lot of other people. People come asking for her all the time. I wish I knew where she was. I wish I even knew that she was alive, but that seems so... I hope your mother's okay somewhere. I hope one day you can find her, if I don't. And
Yeah.
he kind of motions around him. I don't see myself finding anything. Look where I am. Maybe you'll... Maybe out in Greyflower. Maybe out there. You'll find her.
Maybe. Who knows? It's a big world. A lot of weird stuff happens in it.
He does that same nodding in agreement, but not really understanding what he's in agreement of. And a little while passes. Eventually, you get towards southern banks of the loch, maybe a few hundred feet off, and he throws down the anchor. Drags you topside, and you look over this beautiful orange gold waterfall falling out of the mountains and in the edges of the Felrow East forest, pouring into Loch Order. And the golden shimmer coming out of the crashing waves into the loch gives it this almost ethereal feel. Like, for just a moment, it's got that almost extraplanar feel to it. There's that kind of like freshwater mist on your face, and the scents are stronger here. Everything is stronger here. It's much more at peace, even with the vessel you're on.
It's beautiful.
I know it's not a lot, but this is what I have. This is all that's left of him. Kind of looks on and smiles. It's the only thing that feels real. Turns to you until now. Since your mother left, till now. Kind of puts an arm around you, and I'm happy you were here before you left. Came to say goodbye.
Me too.
He kind of sits up against the wooden railing and just stares. After a few moments of just being lost in thought, when you get hungry, just let me know and we'll pull anchor and head back. This is never thought I'd get to show you this like this, but here we are. Here we are.
Just kind of sit there with him for some time.
Eventually, as the sun sets and the waterfall begins to disappear into darkness, anchor is pulled, and with the little precious amount of wind coming in from the east, turn the boat around and eventually make your way back to the docks. A little after nightfall, when you make land again, and he motions for you to tie one end off, you tie the other, and the boat is secured once more. Rom, what were you doing during this day?
Just taking a stroll around town. Looking at what there is to look at.
It's a surprising... It's a strange dichotomy because whereas something like districts in Starshore or even the districts of Verona are very, if not rigid in being walled off, they are rigid at least in culture of how they're handled and other differences. Here, Monster Glen is almost like two separate settlements in one. The banks, the poorer half of the town, mostly further south, wrapping around parts of the loch and moving out inland further to the northwest, is much more of a rural farming town, similar to Dreswood, whereas the High Steps are much more like a little slice of Morwen almost. There's this air of not necessarily superiority, but like an air of money about it. The roads here are cobblestoned and swept. The roads are lit by lanterns, which are kept lit every night and put out every morning. They are constantly lit. There's a constant oil resupply. It's a strange merging of worlds, this city. And, you can't help but think Liliana's probably here somewhere. Somewhere.
Oh.
Or maybe not. But yeah, it's the closest thing to a city outside of Starshore you've been in a long time. It doesn't necessarily have the hustle and bustle, but you definitely get that feeling. There are a lot of rich, high, and mighty here. And eventually, after sunset, you find your way back to the docks on the banks, where you find Amari and his father.
Hi.
Did you have a nice trip?
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
It's always nice to hear. Well, what are our plans?
He'll look to his dad and just kind of would you rather we said goodbye tonight or tomorrow?
He gives a little half smile, closes his eyes, and just shakes his head. I've been given a lifetime of gifts today. You've given me more than I ever could have asked for, Amari. Any more would be greedy to ask.
Alright.
Go whenever you need.
He'll just nod and give him a hug.
He gives you a big hug back and turns back to Rom. Take care of the boy. He's special. And he just looks at Amari with this pride and reverence.
With my life.
And you guys begin to head off?
Mm-hmm.
Or are
Back
you
to
staying?
the inn?
Yeah, staying the night
Back to
and
the
leaving
inn,
first thing in the morning?
Yeah.
Alright.
Mari will regale Rom with what had happened, what he told his dad, all the tall tales, or a gist of them at least.
And how did that go over?
I think he saw through my bullshit. Maybe.
Well,
At least the fish part, people. I probably shouldn't have started off with fish people, to be honest.
This is someone who doesn't know the name of other countries. Like, you gotta start real small there, buddy.
It started with fish people and went from there.
Yeah.
Pretty great.
well, Seemed like a nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got to see the game.
Me too. Well, now I'm poor again.
Don't you tell Rom how much money you ended up giving him?
Yeah.
Oh god.
I have 15 crosses left over after
You
all
gave
that.
him all of your pocket change too. Oh my
Yep.
god.
Well, I can pay for both of us. Don't worry about it. It was important.
Thanks. And thanks for coming with me.
Of course. She'll reach out and give his hand a little squeezy.
I'll give her like a side hug.
The pal side hug.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Okay.
And then sleep.
You guys, done with your squeezies, you go to bed. And then your travels take you north once more through Dreswood. And eventually up through Diaris, and then the long trek to Morwen. Which, this is a trek I don't believe you have made in quite a while.
I mean, no?
It is...
6 years?
Oh my god.
I mean, she only went south in that way. She never went north, so...
Morwen is it is a town that thrived on being rich. It was...
Oh, God.
It was both a blessing and a curse that it was so out of the way for a town that relies on its economics of trade rather than any immediate sort of farming production or what have you. Of course, there are farms, but the people from Morwen and their vaguely rocky and craggy farms are not going to be producing enough to supply other places or do major amounts of trade. Eventually, you follow the coast and you get back and you see... The first thing you see is not even the town, but the lighthouse beyond it. The lighthouse that at one point was lit every night, had keepers there, had people who lived at the bottom of it. Until the war began. For one reason or another, for as long as you ever knew Rom, it was always known as the Kalistar Temple Lighthouse. Now fallen into disrepair. There's no reason to keep it except that it would be more effort to get rid of it. For a long time, it was how merchants found their way to Morwen through the crags and reefs and bits of mountain. Just the dangerous terrain around it. Vaguely rocky nature of the mile or so of coastland outside of it. But Morwen itself was once known for the export of expensive goods, things like silk, and on top of that, the ability to avoid the politics and dangers and most of what comes with being a part of Lenore, maybe the single least culturally impacted settlement in the country. Outside of maybe Aria, but Aria doesn't really count as a settlement on most maps. So you head in and you begin winding up the main street, which continues on a not steep, but noticeable incline through the town. Are you stopping anywhere, or is this a ready to
How
go?
does everything seem?
Quiet? Vaguely, like, not too quiet or anything like that.
Not zombie infested is what you're saying?
No, it doesn't seem
down,
zombie
Mitch.
infested.
Listen, I was expecting something to go wrong on that boat.
Why? What could went wrong on that boat?
Fish people, Ven. Fish people.
I just brought him back, huh?
Yeah.
Just for that.
Have to expose Amari to his dad somehow if he's not going to do it himself.
Anyway. It is a bit quieter than you used to, but it's not the most surprising thing given the state of the country right now. The fact that it's mostly in the sense that there's less of that, like, outsider presence. Like, normally there would be merchants, people here to sell grain and extra farming supplies and exotic foods and things by way of Diaris or some such from the way that you came. But instead, it's much more subdued. The various businesses that do exist here are as they always have been, but there's just one less customer type of thing. Like, where you would expect 3 people in a line to get fresh bread at the bakery, there's only 1 or 2. That sort of thing. It doesn't get hit as hard by these things for whatever reason.
Okay. Ooh. I guess let's just go ahead and what time of day would we have arrived at?
Probably mid-afternoon, like 2, 3 o'clock.
Let's just fucking roll in like we own the place. Yeehaw.
All right. So you head towards the family estate, I suppose is the best way to describe this?
The ranch.
The ranch, that's the word you were using. The family ranch.
Disgusting.
Compared to the smaller and more subdued wealth of Mazder Glen and such, this is wealth for the sake of wealth. You head to the edges of it and pass through a gate, Amari. You immediately hear wind chimes on a nearby tree and look over, and it looks like wind chimes made of gold. It is a level of wealth that even in Verona, you never really interacted with. Perhaps in some way during your jobs translating, but this is not that. This is much different, if that makes sense. You head past the first gate, and immediately you see very quickly moving in your direction from the large porch of the main building a recognizable Renly.
Oh boy.
His hair shorter than you remember, even shorter than you've ever seen it. It's not a buzz cut by any means, but it's very short.
I'm about to say, wasn't it already pretty short?
No, it's like close to a buzz cut. Like, it's like a 4, maybe a 5. Amari, you see this Allswain elf. Can't immediately tell age, wearing a very nice suit with a long flowing grayish with like these deep red accents of a cloak. And he immediately turns to you and in your direction and just heads over and Hello, there's, Mrs. Ramona. Why, hello.
Hi.
We were not to expect you.
Yeah, well, sorry about that. Yes. Didn't occur to me to, send wood.
He,
Mama might have, like, locked up the gates, not let me in, you know. She sort of, like, rubs her arm and looks down awkwardly.
Yeah, he puts an arm, like, on your shoulder and just kind of walks you in the direction of a couple of nearby trees on one of the edges near the fences. And your mother has been looking for you for some time. Apparently, I've heard friends that, I will not use, he kind of looks to Amari, such language in good company, but she has
sort of
belief that you have
Slaps a
been,
hand like, oh, I know.
you have been believed to be using a... And he kind of motions to a finger.
Yes.
And he kind of assuredly nods.
I'm very much aware that I'm probably in big trouble.
He nods in agreement. Hello, and he turns to Amari.
Oh, I'm
My name
sorry.
is Renly. I'm Mrs. Ramona, and the rest of the Samsa family's live-in butler. And he holds a hand out to yours.
Amari will shake his and say, Amari Stoltz, friend of Rom.
Welcome to the Samsa ranch, Mr. Stolt.
He'll just nod.
Yeah,
Before you
Continue.
go ahead. No, you
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No.
No. You go ahead.
Okay. She sort of like kind of does the side hand thing, even though, I mean, is there anyone else in view?
There are a couple of various workers on the ranch in view, but for the most part, no.
Before we get announced and everything and make a big scene, could you... I want to talk to Maddie. Do you know where he is?
He kind of thinks for a moment and purses his lips. He and his family, they moved away a couple of years ago.
I suppose that was...
He leans in
something
close.
that could have happened.
Close enough that he seems to not want to say this to Amari. And just kind of whispers to you. The lady Samsa would, her mother, would say it is for business reasons, but she could not afford the additional help. Things have been... And he just nods.
Let's see. Well... Alright then, let the scene begin. Better now than any other time. And I'm sorry in advance. I really am. For everything.
It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Ramona.
Like, what? What is the can you hug a butler?
I mean,
I mean, she's known this dude
Yeah,
since she was like a
like,
fucking baby. She'll
I'm
give him
sure
a little hug.
It's something that probably the rest of the family is at the least annoyed by.
Whatever, fuck him.
And you eventually are guided to the front of the ranch where, again, the excess continues. There are these beautiful silk pillows, Amari, that you immediately know, like, even in your youngest days translating, if there was one of those, it's like, no, you're not allowed to sit in that seat. That seat is reserved for rich people. And these are just, there are maybe 8 or 12 of them, just cushions and then back seats on all of these rocking chairs on the porch.
Mari just gives a...
Get out now, while you still can.
Oh no, this is fine.
I do not think you understand, Mr. Stolt. Mrs. Ramona is not making a jest to you right now. You should get out while you still can.
Oh.
I have
No, I mean, you can. You don't
He nods. You
have
should.
to. She
Right.
looks a bit, like, giddy nervous, like...
He turns
I'll
back
just
to you, Rom.
Wait outside.
Your mother has, already notified the Antillier if you were to arrive. So, expect the law to be involved this time.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck. I guess I should have expected that. Fuck me.
Just as a quick question, this is to you, Alex.
Yeah.
How much did you spend on that dinner?
A couple hundred, 500 maybe?
Okay.
Or was
that's
it like
all.
5,000?
That's all. That's all. Just, I like how the number just kept
It
going.
was
Couple
300.
hundred, few hundred. Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that, William?
300
300 what?
crosses.
Okay. Thank you, William. That's all.
Gotcha.
So you are
Dude, I'm sure. I'm sure, given her past history with her parents and everything, she knows all the fucking escape routes, right? Sneaking out in the middle of the night, etc.
Yeah.
Amari, at hearing this, kind of just does like a...
I mean, it'll be entertaining, that's for sure, but
Are
risky
you sure?
as well.
Are you sure you need me around, Mom?
I mean, you can go wait for me wherever. I suppose we
As
haven't
the front door
exactly...
swings open and
Well,
you
I
see
slipped
the visage of your mother,
yay.
as you have always never wanted. Dressed to the nines in this beautiful black silk dress that goes just below the knee. She's got this nice, beautiful pearl and ruby necklace on, these diamond earrings. Her hair tied up in a bun on the top, but a few long strands framing her face. Not intense crow's feet, but she does have crow's feet and wrinkles, and holding this nice glass of wine in her left hand. And she looks at you and just narrows her eyes. Ramona?
Mama! How long it's been since we've last seen each other? And she does like a sardonic little curtsy. Can I come in, or am I to be carted off to the stockade immediately?
She kind of just shakes her head a moment. I have been busier than a moth in a mitten dealing with your shit that you've been dragging across this country.
Well, I
And you
learned
wanna
from the best.
come in. By all means. He steps aside, motioning for you to bring your friend too. Why don't you?
I'm in danger.
Amari wishes to twin cast invisibility right now, but he can't.
Oh.
I'll do it later when we're when we're escaping, obviously.
Okay. All right, in we go.
You head in and are guided to a small, like, entry hallway with a nice, it's like a maple, beautifully carved coffee table and a couple of nice seats with silk, and she just looks at you, Rom. Why don't you take a seat? You too, mister. I'm sorry, what? Turns to Rom. What's your friend's name?
Amari gives her a look.
A Martin. I was gonna say Martin Short.
No, it's obviously Martin Lawrence. Oh.
This is my friend Martin, Mama. Martin, this is... What is my mother's name? I just had it in my head. This is my mother, Viola.
Without looking at you, she just chimed. He could take a seat too if you want. Though make sure he don't take it with him. I know the riffraff you'd bring in.
I
Rom-
wouldn't think of it. He just sits politely.
From kind of fucking elbows him like, please just ignore everything she says, and like drapes herself across a chair.
Never were one to sit like a lady.
Amari sits like taking up as little space as possible as he can on this plush couch.
So, you head off, you start spending our money. Now what? You come back because you ran out? Or you still got it?
Certainly not. But before
And
we
at this
get to
point,
business,
she's walking close to you, and she just immediately grabs your hand and tries to like snatch it and grab your wrist as hard as she can.
like she's gonna try to steal the ring.
Like she's looking for it, yeah.
That is not yours. I am going to give it back to Uncle Rick myself.
She just tightens the grip a bit on the wrist to the point where it hurts. That is mine.
I'm
Everything
sure
your
I'm
uncle-
fucking stronger than her,
Yeah.
so if
You
I
shove
have
her-
to
yeah.
stand up and pull away from her, I'm gonna do it.
She just kind of pulls back a bit.
I am not a little girl that you can push around anymore.
Oh, I can see that. Let me make something clear. Everything your Uncle Rick owns is not his, because he's never made a cent in his life. So how about you give me back my ring?
We'll see. Where is my daddy and my little sister?
Oh,
They
well.
can't come out to see me?
Oh, your daddy, you see, we don't get these niceties you do, where we can just run around, spend money, and get high all day. We have to work for our money. Can't just steal it from family. So your daddy's in a job in Verona right now.
Cool. Love it.
I'm sorry. Is there,
And my sister?
hell, she's out back. And at this point, she just, like, scowls. I'd take you to see her, but What if you end up seeing another mermaid? I wouldn't want to see you do something horrible. Especially not with your friend here. Her scowl drips. Seething.
Rom has not stopped smiling this entire time, but it's obviously very forced, very tight, and her eyes are very glittery and mean.
Amari wishes he could become invisible, but without magic.
She is smiling as well. Like, they're both smiling at each other as they are just vitriolic as all hell.
They're spitting insults at each other, and Amari is just like at like the crossfire, just.
She takes a second and turns back to Renly. How about you go get our guests something to drink? I'm sure they had a long journey here.
And my uncle, where is he?
Oh, well. You see, he kept coming back, and he would always say he had something. She could just kind of, like, prattles on for a second while spinning her hand. You know, it's nothing. He always... She looks at you dead in the eyes. Rick had an idea that was original. What would make him money? It would die of loneliness. You know that, though. And she just kind of nods in agreement with herself. So we bought him a nice house out in town proper. You know, so he didn't keep confusing the folk who thought that this was some dump or some place for the riffraff to hang out.
Okay, one sec. I gotta come back. I have to look it up. Hold on. One sec, I gotta mute myself. Not for that reason, for a different reason.
Okay. Meanwhile, Amari, you see as the butler just kind of moves past you very quickly and almost nervously. Are you doing anything else at this point?
He's trying to will himself to be invisible. To not exist anymore in this situation.
Be very careful, because you can actually do that thing.
Well, I'm not magically doing anything. He's just trying to not exist, but that isn't something he can do. Well, not something he wants to actively do right now.
Maybe trying to be smaller?
Yeah.
She just kind of looks at you for a second. The first time she's directly looked at you, Amari, and just narrows her eyes and begins just scanning you up and down for a second before turning back to Rom.
Amari just kind of shrinks.
Don't go sticking your nose any higher in the air. You might drown in a rainstorm.
I don't know. I think I've been perfectly fine about not drowning. And for just a second, her smile fades. And then grows back again. So, you come here, you won't give me back my property. What do you want? What do you want, Ramona?
I wanted to say goodbye to everybody. I'm leaving. Might not come back. Ever.
She just grits her teeth a bit and smiles again. Well, aren't we just so lucky to have you here one last time? Truth be told, I think your father was hoping the last time was the last time, but...
sure that you were.
She brushes one of the strands of hair behind her ear and just continues smiling. Renly comes back with a bottle of very old, very expensive wine and a few glasses, pours them, one for each of you, and fills up the one that Viola's drinking, and she takes a quick sip. Please enjoy. It's probably the most expensive thing you'll ever have the rest of your life. Or are you planning on spending more of my coin?
I don't need anything else of yours.
Well, you want to pay me back then?
Hold up.
Alex is having some serious problems, and it's making this scene very different than I was expecting. Amari, are you drinking this wine?
Nope. Not at all.
No?
What?
Oh. Rom, are you drinking the wine?
No.
She narrows her eyes. I opened this bottle just for you, and you're not gonna have any of it.
I don't want to spend any more of your money, now do I?
Oh, consider this a gift. How about that?
I don't
Is your
need
friend
anything else
Martin
from
here?
you, Mama.
No, nothing else. Just everything you've gotten so far. Huh? She turns towards Amari. Has your friend Martin here no manners either?
Mari just gulps and will like shakily just fake sip, or like he'll like tilt it back, but like no liquid enters his lips, and he just puts it back down.
Don't you speak to him.
Oh, trust me, I don't want to speak to your dirty friends. I don't know why you're bringing them here. Let me guess. Another one of your boys to help you get high?
I don't know why I came here in the first place, truly.
To give me back what's mine, which would be, well, everything, right? I raised you. I gave you chances, and you threw them all away. She turns to Amari for the first time, addressing him directly, and she told you all about that, right?
He just like looks back and forth between her and Rom. Somewhat.
She grew up so... She just shakes her head. She grew up so damn well off. She could buy a new boat when one of them gets wet. And what did she do? She threw it all away. I gave her 1,000,000 chances. Did you want to say goodbye to Adina, Rom? You do still go by Rom all the time, right, Ramona?
Yes.
Well. Tell
Maybe
you what.
if I'd had a mother that wasn't meaner than a wet panther, I would have... Everything would have been different. Everything.
Maybe if I had a daughter who wasn't a fucking failure, everything would be different too. No. I got one at least.
I was just gonna stand up, grab Amari by the arm, and like march to the back of the house. That's where she said Adina was, right?
Behind
Out
the house,
back?
yeah, out back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mari just gets dragged on and tries to say nothing.
You head to the back and you see someone standing up with what looks like a large fan, or similar to like a large palm frond. just kind of waving it at a gazebo overlooking the coast. It is beautiful and picturesque back here. It is a slightly sloping hill which eventually falls onto a partial beach and a little bit of a craggy rock as well. And you can see the lighthouse out on the water about a quarter mile, maybe a bit less out. Impressively large for a lighthouse. And you head towards the gazebo, and you see Adina with 2 servants, one currently feeding her strawberries, the other one fanning her in this gazebo.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, how much of our mother has she turned into?
She is wearing a red silken gown. Her hair is shorter and not tied up in a bun. It's a bit curlier right now, like kind of wavy, and then curls at the bottom. She currently has bangs as well, which are fairly wavy, probably in need of a trim. At a glance, though, she's got what looks like a gold or definitely expensive couple of platinum bracelets on her left hand. Couple of rings she's wearing. This looks very similar to how you would expect to find your mother back here.
So 80 or 90%. Gotcha.
Rom marches right the fuck over to her.
God. Oh, you blocking it. Mona? That you? And she kind of like,
In the
she
flesh.
kind of just shoos off the guy who was feeding her. The other one's still waving the fan. Just, go. I don't need you now. Did you want some? Rami?
Oh, I don't think I'm staying longer.
What about your friend? Strawberry?
No thanks.
Ugh.
Amari's doing
like,
his...
Go
Amari's
ahead.
doing his-
This one is a little less scary.
Amari still does not partake.
How about a drink? You talked to Mom yet?
Briefly.
She kind of, not scowls, but, more just, like, nervous a bit, and she just kind of gives you this look about, oh, she has been incredibly cross with you of late. She has, had her knickers in a knot.
Well, can't say I don't deserve it.
Well, that's a new one. This boy must be teaching you something, huh?
Oh, I have learned all of this on my own. This is just my friend.
She rolls her eyes a bit. Your friend have a name? And she kind of stands up. You would note that, much like her mother, not really, really tall. That is a Rom thing that she presumably takes after other parts of her family and not these two. And she holds a hand out to you, Amari. You have a name, boy?
Martin.
Martin? Well, isn't he... She kind of turns back to Rom. Isn't he just the sweetest? Where'd you find him? Back alley? Something like that?
What is her attitude? Is she like teasing or?
Yeah, vaguely teasing. Like she's very much in that like. She's kind of fucking with you and also kind of trying to like fish for information.
Not quite. There was. Well, it's a long story, and I don't know if I can afford to take enough time to tell it all to you. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that we weren't closer.
It's not your fault. Well, Rami, it's not. Kind of shrugs. I don't know if I don't know. You can tell this caught her completely fucking off guard, and she just has no idea where to go at this point with the conversation. She kind of deflects a bit, and... Well, is your friend Marty here? Is he at least, giving you something good? I mean, sometimes...
We are just friends.
Hey, maybe he's
Marty
giving you
goes
something
red.
good. Something else good.
What did she say?
Maybe she's giving you something else good. You know. Sometimes, sometimes,
I don't...
you know, I'm sure if I found someone who could grow pipe weed like some sort of magic, I would bring them along too. That what this is?
I'm doing less of that sort of thing nowadays. Sort of getting my act together and cleaning up.
She looks both hopeful and doubtful at the same time.
Understandable.
I'm sure Mom was very receptive to your words.
As much as she's ever been. Just... Well, I'm leaving soon. I don't know when I'll be back.
Can't be going too far.
Well... We'll see.
I was told that there was just this beautiful island out in the Dragonheart Isles, and I offered, get this, I offered 100 suns to the man who could get me out of the country so I could see it, and you know what? No one would take me up on it. So where the hell are you going?
Following the wind, as it were, but it's not a bad idea. Way.
Well,
Is Uncle Rick really living out in town by himself?
she kind of shakes her head. Him and Dad really got into it a couple years ago. You know. She kind of leans in. You know. And, well, Uncle Rick was told never to come back. Didn't want to be seen here. Eventually, the happy medium for him was to go ahead and get him a place here, so when he did come back, he hasn't seen... I don't think they've interacted since. It was bad. I'm pretty sure Dad pulled a knife on him.
Dad pulled a knife on him? Well, I'll be...
Well, it might be a knife. It might have been a broken bottle. I just know Rick's got a couple new scars to show for it.
Well, I'd love to stand around and gossip all day, but I'm sure Mama is rustling up there and tell you. Get after my ass. I love you, sister, and I hope we'll meet again someday, but I don't know if we will.
I tell you what, when we meet up again, we'll have a right proper dinner. And, you can introduce me to Martin right proper, too. Not this cloak and dagger shit. You understand?
Definitely.
And, get going. And she begins taking off one of the rings on her right hand. A signet ring with a moth, similar to yours, and she calls towards the house. Mama, I got that bitch's ring! Get going.
Oh, honey. Mom's like tearing up, and she like grabs her and gives her a kiss on the cheek, and then grabs Amari, and they book it out the back.
Circling around the side, Amari, there is a practiced level of organization to Rom's ability to navigate the rocky crags of the beach and circle around back into the town proper off of the Samsa family ring.
Oh boy.
It is something to behold. Do you head to see Uncle Rick if you can
Yeah,
find him?
let's try to find Uncle Rick. That was the main goal.
All right. Give me an investigation check, please. Both of you can. You've got to be asking around. You're gonna be investing some time into this one because all you know is he's got a house in town.
Oh, I wish I could have had that 16 from before. Oh!
As you circle around, you can see a couple of Intellier brigadesmen heading in the direction of the Samsa ranch. And you begin to ask around, and you ingratiate yourselves into the society that doesn't know you too well, Rom, especially not of late. There are a lot of faces that you don't recognize, and even more that you would expect to recognize and don't. You hear very quickly of many people who have left this town. The poorer of the rich families that could not afford the consistent lifestyle this far away have moved further inland, possibly to Starshore, Verona, Mazda Glen, proper cities, where the fees and living expenses are a little bit less, whereas the poorer homes here have, while not taken over, they have certainly grown in size. It is something to behold. Eventually, after a couple hours of asking around, you hear about Rick, who comes and goes in town and has spent more than his fair share of time. Apparently not as much of late since he got a place, but a couple years ago he seemed to spend once every couple weeks, he would spend a few days at various... He essentially was couch surfing and trading stories for it while he was here. Before eventually getting a house. And last heard was that he was here. You are guided to his house. They go, yeah, it's the third one on the left. You just need to go down a couple blocks. Make your fourth left. That's the third house on the left. It's not bad, but it's not the best thing ever. You know, like, they get that you get that sense that, like, people still know who he was, and they treat him as if he has had a fall from grace, all things considered. Like, it's very much that, well, he's a Samsa, but at least he's not one of the shittier ones. He's just a regular shitty one.
Right, well, knock knock.
You begin knocking, and a moment later, the door opens up, and you see the surprisingly smiling face of your Uncle Henrik. answer the door, his hair a bit shorter than you remember, but still tied back into a ponytail at the base of his neck. The 5 o'clock shadow that you're used to seeing him, much more of a beard, a bit trimmed, but still grown out, and wearing just regular, it's the cheapest clothes you've ever seen him in, very regular, simple, just hempen cloth clothing, and he just... No, and just shuts the door and laughs while he's walking away with the door shut in your face. A second later, it opens again. Just a second later, it opens again, and he looks at you. No, and shuts it again, laughing harder this time. A moment later, it opens again, and this time he just comes bursting out and gives you this big hug.
Rom cries and hugs it back.
There's just this big hug, and he looks at you and puts you down. Well, all will be. Cannot believe it. Ramona in the flesh, living and breathing.
Hey, look at what the cat dragged in, eh?
I mean, I don't think there's a cat in the world that can drag you, but your friend here... And he kind of looks to Amari. Now that's something a cat could drag.
Hi.
Rom, you know, like, right at the edge of his chin, there's a bit where, like, he has obvious scarring where the beard isn't growing.
Is that new?
Yes. You get a quick sense that he's probably growing the beard to hide the scar. And,
Well, can I come in? I got so much to say.
Please, by all means, come on in. Yeah.
I don't know how much time to say it in.
That's gonna depend on how long the rest of the D&D group gets pissed.
I know.
Grumble.
And he guides you in, and you immediately get the sense that in the most passive-aggressive way possible, your mother bought him the shittiest house she could find. This thing is in disrepair. It's got obvious water damage from every storm that's ever came here. There is a smell of mildew. It is like being back at the boat again almost, except drier. It's hot. There's not a lot of good ventilation, even with the windows open. He doesn't seem to care, but it is... you swear to God, she will have went... Like, she went out of her way to get him the shittiest house she could find. But anyway, as you begin examining the various inners of Uncle Rick's new abode, we will go ahead and take a quick break. So, apologies, you enter the home, and it is, as I said, not the greatest thing. Probably one of the worst kept homes in the wealthy town of Morwen. He just... yeah, this... you know, nothing really shakes his head. Like, almost like bashful, like, about his surroundings. So what brings you here?
Well, mainly, I wanted to see you. And I wanted to apologize what I did, and I was wrong. And I'm sorry. I wanted to give this back. I took it, and she just, like, takes the moth ring off and it out.
Kind of shakes his head. They never gave me one. Not after that thing between your dad and I. So, you keep it. I don't need it. I don't need them. Don't get me wrong. Your mother's an absolute sweetheart, but... And he shakes his head again. I'm sure you'll find more use for it, better use for it than I do.
Just sort of, like, rolls it between her fingers and looks at it, and then just, like, slips it into a... I'm still real sorry. I said a lot of things I shouldn't have said, that I didn't mean. And I know it's been a long time since then, but...
He
I felt
immediately
real
just
bad
kind of
about
hugs
it.
you. He just hugs you. Time heals all wounds. Even the ones that aren't real. Couldn't say anything mean. Can't say bad thing. Not you, Ramona.
She just, like, tears up and gives him a big hug. Well, like I said, I don't know how much time we have before, you know, the goon squad comes down on our heads, but you can sit for a minute. I got some stories to tell.
Yeah. He looks almost like taken aback. I thought that was my job.
Well, looks like I'm taking more after you than Mama or Daddy.
Wait, he points to Amari. I never brought no boys home.
This is my friend Amari. He features heavily in the stories. Imagine that he can help fill in some of the things that I don't know.
He looks Amari up and down for a moment. Seems like it features lightly more than heavily. Look at him.
Hey.
Well, the two of us, we got tales to tell. So why don't you sit down?
As he gives the biggest, like, dad joke, that was awful smile, he sits down and begins listening.
And Walker told his dad everything. Rom is going to tell Uncle Rick everything.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Is there anything in particular you need reactions to?
Not in particular, I guess.
There is a sense of
Except
like, yeah, I'll see it when I
get the
believe
fuck out of
it
the
a lot.
country.
Yeah. A lot of it is, I'll see it when I believe it, and like, especially in regards to magic, like you mentioned, like, yeah, Amari's a mage. He's like, sure he is.
Amari would, if we're alone in this house, right?
I
Just
mean,
making
as
sure-
far as you know, you are.
Amari would do a little, like, he would like snap his fingers, and he would have like fire on his fingertips with prestidigitation, and just like flick them away.
He like scratches
Yeah, I
his chin a
guess-
bit. And...
Does he have anything to say about how, you know, she fucking died?
You mention this spider coming from nowhere and just impaling you. And like, he's like giving this like smile, and like he kind of rolls his eyes and he's like, sure came out of that looking. I'm sorry, you fucking what? Like,
I died.
Yeah.
I can't say that in that accent. I died.
Yeah, sure you did. Yeah, that's why you're here right now, right?
Well, I made some very good friends on my travels. I told you about all of them, and they didn't think it was my time to go. So.
At this point, he would have, like, over the course of the beginning of it, there would have been a lot of, like, him trying to, like, figure out Amari's magic, and, like, after you did the thing where you put fire on your fingertip, like, he held his fingertip up and was expecting fire. Amari? And, like, he'd be like, alright. And, like, he's been doing that over the course of this, just, like, seeing, like, it can't be that hard. And at this point, he has finally stopped. He's just looking at you and just, alright, yeah, so. To whom do I owe the debt of your undeath?
Well, I told you all their names. But I
Yeah,
don't...
but
It's not you that owes the debt. It's all of us. And hopefully
yeah,
we'll get to pay it someday.
still a bit
soon.
worrying. You know.
Well, there's been a lot of worrying things that have happened in my life.
I think dying tops that list, though.
Yeah, I suppose it does.
You were dead, and you're here. Are you sure? I mean, I've come a damn sight close to dying myself, but I've never actually. Are you sure? He turns to Amari. Are you sure? Are you sure she died? Like dead. Not not laying on the ground, bleeding out, and you did some magic voodoo, and she came back. She was dead.
No,
It was days, wasn't it?
You could have been unconscious. I've gotten hit in the head and been out for 3 days.
I was up front and center when I saw that spider just impale her.
I saw things.
Yeah, seems like you have.
Confusing things.
Seems like you have.
And anyway.
So I mean, at this point, like, you continue on to it, and eventually you get to the Shadowfell, and again, it's that disbelief. And
Amari shows off his mark.
given what he now knows and the fact that you said everything, he moves back about 3 feet. It's not worrying at all that he might die from a giant spider and he might get dragged back there.
It's a risk.
Well, and that's up to where we are now.
Yeah, so you're getting out of the country.
Yeah.
Straight shit, you are escaping this country.
Well, I don't know about escaping so much as going to help some friends, but I guess if you want...
Ramona, as I live and breathe, I'm going to ask you the biggest favor I will ever ask you.
Okay.
I come with you.
I hope so. If we got space.
You see this nervous, like, I hope so? Well. Shit,
if they can bring me back from the dead, they can sure as hell make room for my uncle.
Now that's the damn spirit for my niece. He does that, but like he doesn't slap his own knee. He goes over and like slaps Amari's knee.
Amari probably like winces. I'm not sure how strong he is.
It's not strong. Like it's like that slap. Like he gets like an oomph on it. It's not that it hurts.
Ouch.
It's that it stings.
Ouch. Amari visibly winces.
I think I gotta start packing them because you know what? You're gonna have plenty of time to tell me plenty more stories on the road.
Speaking of on the road, you may want to hurry because I think the Antillier is on our tail.
Well, yeah. I mean, she didn't mention.
Well,
it's been what, a couple hours now. What's she gonna do? Say that her. He like holds a hand up. Be honest here. What do you think, Viola, your mother is gonna do? Is she going to say, "Oh, she got away," or "Oh, I have a relative who lives in the poor part of town"?
You know, when you're right, you're right.
At this point, he just holds up a tankard of ale that he's been refilling over the course of this story. Not sure where, but he's been refilling it.
That's his magic cup.
Do you want to detect magic?
No.
Okay.
All right.
You got plenty of time to tell me the rest of your stories on the road. We should get going. Let's pack up. I got a neighbor. I'll let them know. They know I'm going on adventures all the time. You know, like those old adventures where I sit on my ass and do nothing and go on merchant things. Like I tell my neighbors. He like does these fake shifty eyes. They just claps Amari's knee again. Just it's gonna be great. Oh, Ramona and Rick take the world. We're gonna kick their asses and take the names.
Yeah. I'm just really excited. Woo!
Oh. Let me go get my stuff. I'll meet you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll meet you outside town. Keep yourself scarce. I don't want to bust you out of jail on your first night back.
Yeah, we're off like a herd of turtles.
Looks to Amari. Looks to you. So weird hearing. Takes that. So weird hearing your mother's voice come from someone who's not such a bitch.
Well, you're gonna have to get used to it, looks like.
Oh. Turns to Amari. If I ever get used to hearing that, shoot me right in the face with that damn crossbow of yours.
He just gives like a curt nod.
Again. Got you again, didn't I? Oh, you're fine. You can just magic it away, right? That's how that works.
It's always in the same spot.
Oh yeah, you like right above your kneecap is like tender now, and it like fucking just hurts when you move it. And eventually, after about an hour and a half or so, you're getting like worried. You're like, oh, and like it's almost sundown, and you see him. He is carrying a backpack. He is pushing a small wheelbarrow like wagon in front of him. He has two large swords crossed across his back. He has another axe at his side, another couple of daggers on a couple of belts on the front of his chest. This man is a walking weapon shop right now. So, we ready to go?
Rob like cheers, and it's like, yeah.
He's literally pushing like a wheelbarrow slightly bigger than him, full of shit in front of him, and he does not seem annoyed by this in the slightest.
Well, we'll see, I guess.
And you guys begin heading off. So,
yeah. I'd suppose, unless Mitch can think of any other stops, we're probably going to Starshore? Yes, no?
all right. So with this, I will ask you guys.
I thought.
Oh,
You thought?
you thought your internet was gonna stay good? You thought wrong.
Do you ask them if they're going to Starshore?
Mitch's
That's
internet
what
just died, I think. Mitch?
Is it good now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. I said I thought we were gonna meet up in Verona.
That's the end goal.
Yeah, that's the end
Okay.
goal.
But I didn't know if you
mean,
guys. I'm assuming that at one
how-
point before the
how
party
long-
left,
How long have we even been traveling? Like
probably
less
like
than
a week and a half. So you've got
So
4
we-
weeks
we-
or so.
Yeah. So
Starshore it
Either
is.
yeah, sure. Off we go.
To be clear, as far as Nick is aware, everybody from the party who was going to Starshore does not plan to stay there.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just so
Okay.
you
They just be
Yes.
going there for
So-
fun.
In any case,
Maybe
where
get Amari
your
that lap dance he
end
deserves.
result is going to be wherever you guys wish it to be, up until you are all going to
Okay,
be
yeah,
heading to Verona.
we can talk
So,
about that later.
That is not something to worry about.
Let's
What I need to ask is if there's just
pass
any
the
other
baton.
downtime activity. If there's any, we can even do that later. If you guys have any other downtime activities over the course of the next most of a month, let me know. Which,
Alright, yeah.
after 2 hours and about 20 minutes, well, that's actually hour and 10 minutes each average. That's not Not horrible. I will ask, so we have Owen and Evian, who were going to Starshore. Walker and Ishri were going to be eventually heading to Starshore. Simon, you were going to Sharondale.
And then to Cole, I think it was.
To Cole?
It was Sharondale to Cole. Like Sharondale for probably 3 days and then to Cole.
All right.
Something I'll mention, like the very beginning of the Walker issue thing, I think is just a day of working at the mill.
Yes.
And then
okay, so you guys are heading to the same place as Owen Evian, just behind him.
Yeah, like Walker intends to work a day at the mill and then catch up with Holger that night and then leave in the morning.
Okay.
So like I don't think Ishri is going to be a super big factor in that specific part. So if that's something we want to knock out before Thursday, that's something we can.
That's fine. Sure. In the meantime, so depending on time, we can either do Simon or Owen and Evian. How about this?
That's Mitchell. Mitchell has to respond there. So I mean, because Mitchell said he had to go in like 20 minutes or whatever. Like,
yeah, I'd like to be in bed by 2 ideally, because while I'm not going to class tomorrow, I still have a ton of shit to do. So like, I'd wake up relatively early.
Okay. All right. In that case, Simon, following the party's dissolution temporarily to go about their final goodbyes and things, you, with your family missing, begin to head in the direction of Sharondale.
yes.
With the hopes of possibly finding your family and seeing your long-lost friend. You begin your travels about a day and a half after leaving. You arrive in the less than incredible, I suppose is a good way to describe it, town of Sharondale. It is a coastal fishing town first and foremost, but it has definitely seen better days. What was originally built for fishing eventually was built up to be a trading hub, little more than mercantile and a connection for the Alseer Fields and even as far back as Garast, because though there's no overt road through the Ordalan Highlands north, it is generally quicker for those in Garast to head to Monster Glen and trade from there to Sharondale. With the war building up, the trade obviously died down, and it became less of a trading hub that relied on import and export taxes and more of a stop for ships. The benefits that Garast had fell apart, and that connection fell, and it just became a way for the Alseer Fields, various villages and things to transport quicker to Verona. As such, it has fallen on considerable hard times and is definitely not the same town that you remember. Immediately upon entering, you have to go through what is now known as the Stranded Blocks, the portion of town that grew out quickly during its early expansion and has since mostly been abandoned. It's kind of dark and skeevy, and many of the buildings here are completely abandoned or otherwise being squatted in by all manner of orphans, homeless kids, homeless people. There's a sense of immediate danger and risk.
Oh boy. Okay, that sounds like fun.
But given you are cutting through during the day, it is safe. The Stranded Blocks are, you gather very quickly, a danger at night.
Okay.
So you head through eventually making your way. Are you going to the Inner Tavern, or based on when you left, it would be evening-ish, like 5 o'clock-ish?
Yeah, first order of business is finding a place to stay that's safe, relatively.
All right. There is a tavern and inn known as the Wharfman's Respite. It is seemingly the only game in town. There may be another one. Probably not worth even looking, though. You get that sense of, well, it's on the docks, and I don't see anyone who looks like they might murder me here.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah. And you hold up. Are you intending to stay here for the foreseeable future, or is this a...
I'd say someone would pay for 3 days. Okay. Well, how much is a room?
We can go over that later.
Okay.
I will get you guys your prices. I've been tracking all of that, including the stuff from our other friends in Mazda Glamour.
Okay, I'd say roughly 3 days, though, depending on price.
So, all right.
First order of business, then?
First order of business. Would it be you're heading to the Chantry of Light?
Yes.
That night, next morning?
How late is it? Can you just get a rough
early
time?
evening, like 5 o'clock.
He'll head there now.
Okay.
Why not?
You head in, and you can see there are a couple people sitting at the various pews praying and quietly whispering to themselves. There is this beautiful, like, skylight opening in the top, which is not uncommon, but many of the smaller villages don't have them. Obviously, there is no sunlight shining in it now, but below it immediately there are no pews. There's this beautiful extra stone architecture that is polished almost to a shine, almost a marble-like shine on this stone-like setting of a sun. And you walk around it and you head up and you see there is a old dwarven woman, a Zoradashi. Very quiet, just wrinkles galore, and just like the wrinkles of someone who's 300. You can barely make out her eyes on her face. She just starts looking on and just very much that Brock from Pokemon, I can't tell if you're looking at me if your eyes are closed type of thing. And she just stares forward, her hands on the podium, standing up. Vaguely moving. The only reason you know she's not a statue is because she's breathing. Other than that, almost no movement.
Hi, is Jade in here?
What is that? She kind of turns to you. What can I help you with?
Is Jade in today?
The seer, the young seer, Miss Arquetta?
Yes.
She is in the back. Is atoning for mistakes right now.
Do you know when she'll be free to see me?
She opens her eyes wide, looks up to the sky, where the sky would be, looks up to the ceiling. I believe her punishment right now is 3 days. Is it important?
I'd like to see her as soon as possible. I'm an old friend.
Is this a family matter? Something of great import?
No. It's been a while since I've seen her, and I'd like to see her. It wouldn't take all of but an hour.
Give me a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
Perhaps tomorrow. Master Town.
Simon nods at her and thank you. And he will head out to the tavern.
So you come back the next day.
I do.
Looks at you and still saying nothing. Staring. Less people today.
She's not acknowledging me when I walk in? Or?
Again, just staring forward.
Simon will speak up. Is Jade being... Am I able to see Jade today?
So, the young seer Miss Arquetta under her atonement, but has been very good. One moment, and she very slowly steps with a surprising amount of spryness. It pivots around on her heels and walks to the back. A moment later, Jade comes out, a veil covering her face, made of silk or some such, coming down from a golden cloak. She kind of takes it off, and you can see like her eyes are very bloodshot, sunken in. She's got these very, very deep lines on her face. She looks like she hasn't slept in about 2 days.
Jeez. Simon, does she acknowledge Simon at all, or is it she just comes out and looks like that?
She looks at you almost confused. Yes? What can I help you with?
Simon fucking speechless.
It is Jade. The green eyes, the moderately long brown hair, the smile, though right now the lips dry and cracked.
It's
You need?
It's me.
She looks vaguely confused and takes a step back nervously.
It's Simon.
Who are you? Do I know you? Do I know you? She looks very confused and nervous, and she like looks up almost scared at the High Seer. The High Seer turns back to you. Is everything all right? Are you okay, young man?
Simon is completely speechless. You don't remember me?
There's a moment where she kind of like her posture softens a bit. Her shoulders relax. Simon, is that? Of course I remember you. You were the boy who was afflicted with the pox a few months ago, right? And she gives a expectant smile.
Simon shows... fuck, he can't do that. He can't do that. He doesn't... If Simon pulls out the amulet right now, will he get in trouble for it? Does he know if they see that, will they like...
I mean, if they were to detect magic, that would definitely look weird.
What is Rit covering? It
It
has healing properties. That thing has healing
yeah,
properties.
you could argue that the Rit covers it.
Simon produces the amulet.
She
Do you
cocks her head to the side.
Do you not remember making
And she
this?
holds a hand up after a second. No. I do not require any gifts. I do what I do for the good of all, not for any personal. And she looks to the High Seer expectantly, and the High Seer nods with a smile, and she smiles back reassuredly at you.
Ven, do you know what the fuck is going on?
Give me an insight check. Not especially. She seems to not have any idea who you are. Though I feel like at that point I'm just stating the obvious.
Yes, thank you, Ven. Yeah, Simon's gonna fucking back out, I guess. I'm sorry. I'm wrong person, I guess. He'll fucking back out.
As you back out, you hear the High Seer and Jade talking to each other for a moment, and Jade walks back into the back.
Ven, you've ruined everything for me. What's the moon cycle looking like, Ven?
Are you intent on looking at your book?
Yes, just like last night, what was the moon?
Well,
like?
you've probably got a few days until a full moon. And that is something that we can go over if you're going to be checking it to see if the moon is teaching you anything. I can give you that information after session. I will ask you if there's anything else that you need to do over the course of the next few weeks.
Well, you've kind of ruined the whole thing. Can I look at my parents?
Can you what?
Can I look for my parents?
Give me an investigation check. How long are you willing to spend doing this?
What's the travel time to answer this and depends
no
on
problem.
that day.
No problem.
Distance from Starshore back to Cole.
Starshore to Cole?
From Dreswood to Starshore to Cole. What's the travel time on that?
Week and a half or so.
Week and a half. Plus, they're gonna probably stay I'm guessing at least 2 days in Starshore before they start heading back out.
Yeah.
At least. So a week and 2 days, or 2 weeks roughly.
Yeah.
So I'll spend like 3 days, 4 days looking.
All right. I'll say give me 2 investigation checks.
Well, let me look.
It's the same as on an advantage, but I really get 2.
Oh, I mean, same thing.
Yeah. Just give me 2.
I'm looking if researcher covers this.
No.
Damn. Okay,
Researcher does not cover knowing where the fuck your parents went.
There's 1.
All right.
I don't want an intelligence check. And there's 2.
All right. Asking around for a few days, they never came here. You are... the Atelier saw no hide nor hair of them. There was no wagon with 2 older men and a man in his mid-20s. There was no wagon in roughly the time frame that came from Dreswood here. They never came here.
Would I have any idea of where they would have? What? See, what I don't understand, Ven, is you said that there was burnt documents in the fire. I went through like all of their documents that one night. I couldn't cross-reference anything.
Nope.
What the fuck? And Jade. So it's now 3 days after I talked to Jade.
Yeah.
She's done with her thing. I don't want to seem like a crazy person to go back and get the fucking Atelier called on me. I'm guessing Simon fucking starts heading to Cole at this point.
What does Simon have to do in Cole?
He is waiting to meet up with fucking
the rest of the crew you're gonna be waiting in Cole for? All right.
You've completely squashed most of my plans, I thought.
Yeah,
yeah, I wish I knew this. I feel like an asshole now.
I wish I could have told you this ahead of time.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, how my grandparents? Hey, at this point, how my grandparents? I'm guessing they're dead. I mean, not trying to be rude, but
your grandparents? Yeah, I mean,
yeah, they're dead. I mean, it's been 14 years or more, you know. It should be longer than that. It's been like.
You don't know where the fuck your grandparents are.
They're most likely dead. Sadly.
You have anything else you need to do, or just heading to Cole right now?
I'm looking at the map a little bit. I'm gonna take a look at the map. I guess I'm gonna head to. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Cole, and then I guess I'm gonna be doing the book thing. Probably someone will try to do the book thing.
All right, no problem.
In like the mountains, like located here.
Okay, on your way.
So yeah, that he has privacy.
No problem
privacy.
at all. Okay. I'm sorry, man.
I feel bad for everybody else because we could have done another person at this point.
I know.
Hello, it's me.
I know.
Oh,
Another person.
You guys thought I was joking when I said that the long two were gonna be like. In retrospect, yeah, the long two were Amari and Rom.
my thing took like literally 2 minutes because everything I had was shot
14 minutes
down.
total. 14 minutes total.
It took everything I had was
That's
shot down.
rough, buddy.
Literally, like they stripped everything from me. Fuck the government. Ace, wait,
And
what?
this is
Darn the government.
This is
Darn
how
it to
Simon
heck.
got radicalized.
Man, fuck the government. Simon kicks over a vase. Man, fuck this shit.
And inexplicably, 7 people come fucking down. One thing I did want to note to Rom and Amari. Once you began your travels, he would have told you that yes, he has a mug of endless ale.
What? Really?
That is something that Rom and Amari, yes, that is something that Uncle Rick has.
That's really funny.
Yeah, everything I have is gone.
Do we seriously have 2 funny mugs?
Yep.
What a G!
Dude, I can't wait for Fergus and him to become besties.
Yeah. I can't wait for Ren to talk to himself.
Then,
Dude,
what are the funny spells?
We can go. I'll get that to you after the session because I don't have them in the Foundry right now, and it takes a few minutes to put a spell in Foundry.
Bro.
Okay. Well, it's gonna
Church
be like
brainwashed you,
it's
GF.
gonna be. Yeah, I know, Alex. Shut the fuck up. My family's gone.
Oh.
My grandparents are dead. Simon has nothing.
he's got friends!
Us.
Shut the fuck up.
Simon's gonna be going through some shit for the next few weeks.
Simon's gonna be depressed. He's by himself for 2 weeks.
Listen, all I'm saying,
He's learned that everything's gone.
listen, all I'm
and he's
saying
by
is you
himself.
could have banged Rom if he had jumped on that sooner. That's all I'm saying.
I mean...
My
probably.
brother fucked Rom and left.
I'm sorry, Logan. I had no idea.
Are you saying you wouldn't have fucked his brother if you knew he was gonna be gone the next day?
I mean...
Well, to be fair, Rom also fucked him and left.
Damn. All right, it's funny.
Just learn sending and be like, guys, I'm sad.
fuck, guys?
Help.
It's funny because Logan literally sent me a message. It was either last time while we were talking or today. He sent me a message that said he really wishes he took sending as a spell.
If I took sending, all this this whole session would have been completely different. Simon wouldn't have had done shit. But yeah, anyway, how's everyone doing? Are we still playing D&D?
Logan.
We fucking done. Are we done for tonight? Is this it?
Then we could do day 1 Walker.
Yeah. So
We got time now.
yeah, like I said, I knew Logan's was gonna be short, and I also knew that Amari and Rob would have the longest too, and it's really awkward that it kind of landed like that. It is what it is.
So
I really the Hannah
what
thing
was
kills me because like whatever.
What, her planning the whole thing?
No, the fact that like she didn't do anything and I feel really bad for Hannah.
She wouldn't do anything?
No, she didn't do anything this session. I feel really bad for her.
I mean, fair, neither did, like, Nick.
He had
unless something
seen at
happened
the
at the
beginning
beginning.
with Papa Walker that was like 10
Oh,
minutes.
well, I can't wait to listen to that.
Me for a little bit.
Upload that shit.
Yeah.
Right now.
I can't upload this till the second half's done.
God damn it, really?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
So wait, Ben, question: Did I get 2 moons worth? I technically got 2 moons worth.
You will eventually, yes.
So, Vince, so I imagine, like, the night before, like, Walker sat around with Owen until he eventually fell asleep. I imagine Evian and fucking Walker brought him upstairs, and Walker went home to get, like, a solid 3.5 hours worth of sleep.
Can
before
I
he had
add
to work at the
something
mill.
for mine? Or are we doing yours right now?
What did you need to add, Logan?
Simon in Cole would post like need help learning how to read or anything like simple like that,
Okay,
like fucking
alright.
the smart person shit, just
Okay.
for something flavor. I
Yeah.
don't know. I
Okay.
feel
Oh, so
Okay,
he's
yeah.
fucking. That's actually
Helping-
pretty. I mean, that's
Yeah.
a pretty big thing. You're helping people learn to read.
Yeah, teaching you're
That's
teaching
pretty cool.
underprivileged kids to read. That's pretty fucking good.
Like that's pretty altruistic. Are you charging? Are you just like hosting like classes in like some shitty city? Oh, it's Cole. you said.
It's Cole, yeah. He
So, yeah,
arrives
some
in
shitty
Cole
city, yeah.
and staying there in the tavern for like a week and a half, roughly.
Are we meeting Cole to go to the to?
He's
something
waiting in
else?
Cole for you
Owen's-
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys are gonna come back through.
Oh, are you gonna join us
He
for
told
the
Owen.
hunt?
I think so. I don't know.
That's
He's me and
his
Cole.
plan, yeah.
Owen, I told Owen I was gonna be in Cole, and he's coming to get me when
Yeah,
you guys are done.
so-
So I don't know.
All right.
Alright.
Anyway, so yeah,
You
that's
see fucking
that's gonna
Simon
be a
drunk.
fun fucking scene.
You're gonna roll up to Simon drunk teaching a kid how to read.
Pretty great. That's pretty wonderful.
Oh, that's
dude.
gonna be a fun scene to open fucking that scene with.
We've discovered Simon's an angry drunk. Is his lovely gator skin fucking leather strap helping his pain?
Yes, he cries over it every night.
He cries over it.
Oh.
Oh boy.
He cries over the only thing that won't leave him.
The strap is booked
Hey,
because
yeah,
it
she's
His
has
like-
book,
He's
which
right,
is
the
literally
government
strapped
took
to
her.
him and can't escape.
Well, the government left her for you.
The government took his boy.
Yeah.
Took his boyhood.
I imagine like there's a thing where like he gets up in the morning and like he left his boots, they were like wet because it was raining or something. He stepped in a puddle, he left them outside. He comes out, one of them's missing, and he's just like, everything is gone. And then he looks at it's like 2 feet away.
I hope you're recording this because this is gonna be a great.
Everything I love is gone. Oh, it's right there. You know, when you overreact because you've had a
can't have
shitty
shit
day
in
and the
that
wrong
room.
thing sets you off.
Can't have shit in coal.
Anyway, Walker, you speak about with the party about the various goings on of planning, and the next day you are working the mill with Holger.
Let them know his intention to join them on the ship.
You would at one point have seen Owen speaking, heading past the mill to go speak with your father for a moment, then heading back. During this time, there's lots of listening to Holger. Oh, of course, now he wants to work. Of course, the fucker. He's talking about you to your face without addressing you. It is
Without addressing him back, Walker just like, job's done. What can I say? You know, just like fucking reasonable explanations as to what the fuck happened.
Yeah, it is very much like he has perfected the art of bitching. Like, he turned it into a fucking art, and he has perfected it. He is the Picasso, the Van Gogh, the fucking Leonardo, the fucking Ninja Turtles of bitching. Oh yeah, and you see, and like still not talking directly to you, but within your vicinity and at you. And of course, he's got time to go and make a bunch of coin elsewhere, but no time to come work with his old buddy Holger. He's got time to rest and drink that delicious tea, but no, Holger has to work. And he gets free tea, but I doubt Holger does. There's no tea for old Holger. No, never for Holger. Holger has to work, and old Moses just gets to drink all the tea he wants with his dad. Spoiled little shit that he is. He turns up. How is your time going?
What's that?
He turns up to you. How is your time going? As he's like lifting one of the logs onto the like almost gurney slide, get it onto the conveyor belt.
Is he referring to like the last 2 days or the entire time?
It's just a general. How's it going? What's up?
It's nostalgic to be back here doing this.
Oh, my ass, you are. Of course you're nostalgic. Not making shit for money after fucking rolling in coin. Now your pa makes you work, and all of a sudden you're nostalgic for it. Of course you are. My ass, you are. How are you doing, Moses?
Look, I had to fucking split every bounty for the last month and a half 8 ways.
Yeah, and
So
how
let's
much
not
you make
fucking
from
start
it? How
talking
much did you make from it,
about
Moses?
me splitting, about me rolling in fucking coin. So let's fucking calm down.
Yeah, you're not rolling in coin.
Not as much as I'd like to be.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know how much I've made? You know how many jobs I've done since you all left?
How many is that?
None. He says, almost like embarrassed, like looking around. Done any.
There was a job at the...
Yeah, there are jobs, I know,
checking?
but it's not the same without you guys.
So I take it you haven't seen the others?
Shakes his head. Bunch of fucking assholes. All you ever do, you all got what all you wanted. You were able to live as like kings out here until things dried up, and then all of you left, leaving me here all alone to work with your damn pa again.
I'll tell you what. You know what a pain in the ass it is? You know what a pain in the ass it is? Dealing with Jakeman every day. Imagine
He shakes
traveling
his
around
head
with him
innocently.
for months with 5 people who are just like him. Worse.
He cocks his head to the side like a confused puppy for a moment, cocks it back the other way, considers, scratches his chin, considers some more.
Like a damn babysitter half the time.
Wait, so if you got them all drunk, you can convince them to bet all their money away?
Sadly not.
So you weren't working and it couldn't have been that bad. Or worse. Was it worse?
What was the first half of that sentence then?
It couldn't have been that bad, or was it worse?
There were good times and bad times. Sometimes, much worse. So much fucking worse. Other times, could be pleasant. Almost.
He kind of like considers, kind of grunts to himself a bit. Yeah. You know, I'm worried.
Olger,
Oh, what? What?
you gotta get a drink with me tonight. I don't plan on getting shit-faced, but
Oh,
at
your
least...
dad told me, your pa told me, you're getting shit-faced every night now. Is that true?
Walker fucking grits his teeth a bit. Not every night. Just... dealing with some shit.
He considers and then nods. That's understandable.
Anyway.
Truth be told, I was hoping you'd seen Massey. They're in that shit.
Thought I might have found him in the Star Shore, but I suppose I didn't spend enough time there. Ended up having a job that I needed tending to.
You do find him. You gotta let him know I'm sure you've noticed by now, being the perceptive type that you are, of course. Always seeing everything. That's Moses Walker. Nothing gets by him. Ha ha ha.
His father's not been around.
He nods.
What happened?
Can't say for sure.
He's just missing?
No, I know what happened, but not what happened.
Was he...
Understand?
Well, we can discuss that later.
I can tell
Tucker
you,
just
it's
shakes his
nothing.
head.
It's nothing subterfuge like. He, you know, he got into the shit, but apparently there were some people coming through. I don't know where from. They were on their way to Verona, something important, coming back from Osder Glen, or kind of shakes his head. I don't know. They were coming back from somewhere on their way to Verona, and he got into it. And, well, apparently, they were escorting Antillia, or they were escorting someone important back to Verona. He got into it with one of them, and found very quickly as guilty of attempted assault of a brigadesman. Something about a VIP breakout attempt. They took him with them. Verona. Proper prison.
Damn.
Well, I imagine it wasn't much worse than it normally is, but They don't know him like we do. Fucked with the wrong people.
Right.
Damned if we didn't fucking tell him not to fuck with the wrong people!
Always getting into
Endless.
something.
I even talked to that new aunt here that's been here a little while. More stuff.
Is that the Asimar?
Yeah, angel girl.
Saw her once. She was, I don't know, trying a little too hard.
She's... Shakes his head. She's doing her best. She's trying. We told her I think she only got the job because she's an Asimar. I don't know if it's true, but she obviously did something to tell somebody the right thing because she wasn't much in the way of Intelli or wherever the fuck she came from. God, it's fucking weak.
You know that bastard Jakeman? He's fucking one of them now.
He kind of like thinks for a second, like mouthing it, that lucky bastard. I made a bet with him. I can do it first. He goes into his coin purse immediately and pulls out 1 cent. Hands it to you. If you see him, I owe that to him.
Walker will grab it. I aim to find him before too long.
Well, tell him he won. Tell him that bastard needs to get home.
Yeah. Hopefully that'll be.
Hoping we can
Hopefully I
do
can
some
get him
jobs.
back.
Hoping you'd have some time. Do some jobs like the good old days. Canton, he was by telling me he talked to you and I think he's trying to get the band back together again. Kind of shakes his head.
I don't see that happening.
Would you fucking believe it? He kind of leans in.
Walker leans in as well,
That
conspiratorially.
That fucking Canton. Apparently, Jakeman made him, and he kind of air quotes, an honorary member of the All-Seeing Hunters.
What does that even mean?
They convinced him to get a tattoo that said ASH on his ass.
Walker fucking poker faces the hardest he's ever poker faced in his entire fucking career.
Give me a deception check.
Fucking, I hate you, you son of a bitch. You're the I hate you so much right now. Can't believe. Listen, I would be much less mad if you took my girlfriend away and made my parents run away. This is so much worse.
Man, shit.
Shit! Fucking
Who's
Walker
this?
grits his fucking teeth.
Oh no! What did he do to you?
Shut the fuck up, Holger.
He immediately, like, starts trying to, like, sidestep to get behind you. Who's this?
You fucking trying to shirk work, Holger?
I will shirk all the work that I fucking need to find out what happened here.
Motherfucker, stay away from me.
He gives a little smile and just, this information's gonna be very helpful for the next time I see, you know, Fitzroy and... as he says that, he kind of gets nostalgic again. Fucking miss him. Don't get me wrong, I love this place. I love your dad. I love the clan. It was something that broke up the monotony, though. Taking 3 days following somebody to Sharondale, breaking into their room, stealing their shoes, making them run out barefoot in the morning, and then tackling them in an alley. You know, the fun days.
Alright.
Kind of shakes his head nostalgically.
You had a few fun a few more exciting moments in my recent travels. There was this job where I had to track down some assholes in the woods. Had a buddy with me, a couple of them. There's this asshole sitting in the tree in this perch. The other guy ran off already. It was just the one guy. Told him to come the fuck down. He fucking did. We were just standing there like assholes, just eye to eye.
Why did he come down?
Knew he was surrounded? I don't know.
Did he have a weapon?
Bow?
Did you have a way to get to him?
Crossbow?
So no?
Not really.
And you would have had to climb the tree to get to him?
Well, it's about right.
Dumb motherfucker.
Yeah? Anyway, just standing there, staring eye to eye. Just started asking them questions. Fucking fucker chuckles sensibly. He just fucking revealed it where their base was. When I told him we were just gonna go, head that way, tried tackling me. Didn't work out. One of the guys I was with tackled him back and we hog-tied him.
Well, it's... surprised it didn't work. Tackling you's not normally too hard.
I guess my buddy was just quicker.
He nods a bit. Quick as me?
About. I won't exactly call you fast.
He narrows his eyes. I could outrun you.
Walker doesn't say anything more on the topic.
He's a dwarf. He's not outrunning you. Oh.
Oh, man.
His eyes narrow a bit. And, so you're not sticking around, huh?
Yeah. I was gonna mention it later, but I'll be leaving soon. It'll probably be a real long while before I come back.
Shit, longer than a couple months?
Maybe.
What's your dad gotta do? Can't run this place forever and he's not getting any younger. I mean, you ask him, he's gonna be fine, but I'm pretty much running the place now.
I know.
In the clan, we're holding things together as best we can. It's not the best, though. It's like the money's pretty good. He pays us way more than he should. Yet he won't buy a damn new pair of pants. He just fixes the same shit. Fixes the same shit. And, hey, stop fucking sneezing while I'm trying to monologue. All this fucking help. None of it knows how to fucking... Anytime you try monologue, anytime you try to have a conversation, there's somebody sneezing. The first rule of doing this fucking job is you don't sneeze while you're holding logs. I feel like it's the first thing I go over with it, these fucking new hires.
Walker quickly turns and shouts some direction over to some of the new hires. Get him moving a little bit quicker.
Give me an intimidation or persuasion check.
You bitch, it's the same check.
Oh, it's your pick. Oh, if you want to yell at them in an intimidation.
I'll roll raw charisma.
No, I won't allow that.
Okay. Well, we'll go with the Walker intimidation. As expected.
I don't do this a lot because it pisses your dad off. But at this point, he goes and he hold this, and just leaves the log where it is, goes down, and you can see where a couple guys are beginning to carry a log up onto the mill right now. Mm-hmm. He grabs a hatchet from one of the nearby things and closes one eye and begins aiming. All right. 6 inches to the left of that guy's left hand.
Holger, that is a terrible idea.
About 6 inches to the left of the guy's left hand as he's carrying it. He just... And Holger just gives him a thumbs up. You're doing great. Now keep it going.
I can can see why he doesn't like when you do that. Walker
Gotta
can't
do
help
something
but
to spice these days up.
enjoy the moment of levity.
Still can't believe you got a whole new crew. You leave us and you don't even whole new crew.
Wasn't on purpose.
I know. And I know you didn't leave us, you left me, but damn it, damn it, it's just not the same. I mean, what? I go into the fucking thing, I see a bounty, it says, hey, go to the bottom of the river and dig up some garbage. I'm a fucking dwarf, I can't swim. I'll fucking drown.
There was a job about fixing up someone's basement. Kill some rats.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Seemed
Tried
like
it
the quickest thing to do.
about, what, month or two ago? Month ago.
You tried it?
Kinda nods. Yeah. I went down there with, I borrowed some pauldron, you know, big plate boots and squished about 40 rats. And I hammered in a new piece of wood and a week later they were back. All I could think. Moses would fucking know what to do. Or just do the job right. I don't think my heart was in it.
Yeah, that's the one I ended up doing the last 2 days.
Oh shit!
Filled the hole with gravel. Fixed her up a new ladder.
Huh. Here I thought just killing them would be good. Apparently there were more down the hole.
Tons. Anyway, that's why I brought that big guy for. Had him take care of the gravel.
Sitters for a moment. Seemed pretty good if quiet.
He's one of the ones I met down in Dunrock.
Crazy fucking day.
Yeah.
Wish I had something.
What's that then?
Wish I had something, but every time I look, it's just... He looks up again. I did it because you, family. That's why I loved it, taking care of family. Practically another damn stonebreaker.
Something, Holger. Something I need to tell you. Don't ask me how I know it. Next couple of years, Lenore's not going to be as safe as it used to be. And it helped me with the war down in Garland. I mean, something else. Something else is coming.
Give me a persuasion check.
God, please, just let me. It's average.
Moses fucking well. There is a lot you could ask me to do that I will do. I'm not gonna ask you how you know this. I'm gonna ask you why the fuck you know this. And if you're really sure. You're sure. Certain.
I'm sorry, Ben. What the fuck?
Are you
kinda,
certain?
Like, twice.
You really know this. You really know. It's gonna be war here. You're certain. About
Walking
that.
out.
Oh. Why do you know that? Is that something I need to be worrying about?
No, that's not something you need to worry about.
Hey, good. Well. If things go to shit, we'll make sure to watch your old man.
I appreciate it, Holger. It'll be
Nods.
2 or 3 years off, but it's gonna happen.
Can change in a couple years.
I hope it does, but I think that's the change that's coming.
He looks nervous for a moment. As you say that.
I mean, it's a very similar feeling for
yeah,
Walker.
like like, he's very sure of himself, but, like, there's a moment where he just, like, stops and just stares. Like, it just stops loading logs, stops chopping, stops doing anything. It just stares. And there's just this prolonged, well. And, you guys continue to catch up, going over various things. You get that still opined nostalgia for the good old days of the all-seeing hunters and the hope that you will find time to one day hunt bounties with your good friend, compatriot Holger again.
I'd like to detail a little bit of the things Walker bitches about during their chat.
No problem.
He bitches about every one of his new friends in one way or another. Let me take a look at my notes real quick. Let's see. He bitches about Simon being non-existent half the time, being only into his books, and how that's almost impossible to work with. How Rom's like
1 second. As you do that, there is like, it's an almost Mean Girls-esque click of agreement as you do it. And he's like, of course Simon's like that. Why don't that fucker just take 5 minutes out of his book to help? Like, he's known him his whole life. He just bitches, like, repeating everything in agreement.
He'll complain how Rom acts like a recovering drug addict because she is a recovering drug addict. Let's see. Fucking Owen being a bleeding heart.
Ugh, those are the worst bleeding hearts. Ugh, you never know when they're just gonna fuck you over by just stopping in the middle of a fight. If we were bleeding hearts, imagine how many of our journeys would have failed. How many of our jobs would have been fucked up.
How Liliana never thought before she acted.
What is it, Jakeman now? Another
and how
Jakeman?
Evian never thought, had a thought in his fucking head.
And this continues with, as you say.
Hang on, I'm not done yet, bitch. How fucking Henry never had a fucking thought in his head. The rashest motherfucker he's ever met, even more so than Evian. Evian shit mainly just endangered himself, but fucking Henry has to fucking just talk about shit constantly. Like, just fucking open his big fucking mouth and also just misinterpret half the shit people tell him. Let's see. Fucking how Amari gets into dangerous shit and won't fucking listen to advice when he tells him not to get into dangerous shit. He has no complaints to give about Ishri. Walker feels so bad for fucking her life over.
You finish it and it's just like, oh yeah, of course Ishri, she's fucking great. She's the best girl. That's what I've always said, Ishri is best girl. I have written that on every damn bathroom stall I've ever been in. Fucking love her, she's the best. Never fucked up once in her life. Willing to give her damn life to help out. Well, she's just the best. But the rest of them, fuck them, they're all awful.
Does Holger know about that shit?
Whatever you tell him, he's just generally in agreement bitching.
I don't think he mentions Ishri during the bitch sesh.
Yeah. If you just mention, like, yeah, no problems, then that, like, yeah, you know, again, it's the style of, like, he will take it and run with it. All you have to do is say, Simon's in his books. That fucker couldn't take a shit without looking at all of his books. He probably shits in his books just to hide how obsessed with them he is. Bitching turned into an art form. The subject is just his clay. He can mold anything into gold.
Of course. Classic Holger.
And eventually, with the remnants of your past life's nostalgia behind you, the day continues, and you, are you planning to head back here before your time is up again, or?
No.
Oh.
Walker is unsure of how long it's going to take to find Miles and Jacob. So he plans on saying goodbye to
Cordell.
Holger, the rest of the Stonebreakers and his father tonight. Or I guess he'll say it tonight, but he's going to sleep in his own bed until morning.
Come morning, sunrise.
Did the others settle their debt then?
I'm sorry?
Walker will make sure the others settle their debt before he leaves as well.
In regards to...
They're in?
Yes. Yeah, I could go ahead and double check that later, but I will assume debts have been settled. I will get you guys all of the prices before next session.
I added a fucking cent, motherfucker.
Yeah. But yeah, so come sunrise, there's that familiar of a chair. You wake up to the now familiar face of your father.
I think Walker might have been actually woken up a little bit before.
Oh.
And is probably like getting his things together, like sitting on the side of his bed as his father comes in.
Sets the chair down. Not confused, but there's a moment of, he sets it down outside.
He didn't expect this.
Olga told me you busted your ass yesterday.
As I promised.
Nods. Going now. At your plan. Today is it.
Heading out today. Got a bit of business to finish here.
I talked to Owen. You can see he was unsure. He wanted to call, he probably wanted to refer to him as Mr. McDurk again, but didn't.
Mr. McDurk.
I talked to Owen. Yeah.
He's not doing well.
It's not just that. He made a promise to me. One he intends to keep, so I hope you make it easy on him.
Walker raises an eyebrow.
You gotta start taking better care of yourself. Stop killing yourself and bearing the weight of the world.
Walker kind of just looks away. Stops packing. He doesn't know what to say.
Doing a good job. Roy, your mom, they're safe because of you. You don't need to carry it all on your own. You got me. Got crazy amount of mages who are the only reason I'm not kneecapping you to keep you here. Don't give me that look, you know I'd do it. I didn't think for one second that they'd be able to protect you from whatever the fuck happens when you land on those shores. I would not be letting this happen. Owen. He almost seems uncomfortable referring to him by first name. Promise me he'd look after you and make sure you're safe and not... Moses, you gotta... have to be less. Can't be everything.
There'll come a time, Father, when it won't be needed anymore. We're all going to be safe.
You're always gonna be needed by somebody. But you're not very helpful if you're dead.
I know.
Not people you can trust, people with powerful magic. You gotta trust them. You've gotta trust them. That means not bearing the brunt of everything. Not Shakes his head. You know. Can't believe you really gotta go and try and do this.
It's the only way I see forward.
He nods. I don't disagree, it's just nerve-wracking. Knowing everything I tried to save is back where I took it from.
There's a lot of worries related to this.
Everything's in flux. Hopefully things even out. I don't get it, but I haven't told Owen. He still almost like scowls at himself saying it. I haven't told Owen. You all deal with this thing, this ever-present entity that plagues your mother. Might be plaguing you. You guys deal with it. You can just talk to me in my head, tell me, and I will find a way to get over there.
Alright.
You can promise me it's safer over there. I'll go back.
There will come a day, Father. I promise.
Day comes. You don't need this anymore.
Is he referring to something? Has he gestured
The
anything?
house, all around him, the home that you have always known.
There's a bit of not sorrow, but it's clear Walker will miss this place. It's clear Moses will miss this place.
Don't be a... shit. I want to say don't be a stranger. I don't know how long. Not exactly easy getting a message into the country. Owen will, I'm sure he'll find some time to let me know if anything happens or doesn't. I expect updates when you can.
Seems like he can use his magic a couple times a day. If it comes down to it.
Arcane
like he
fatigue
needs,
or something, right?
He needs to rest, it seems.
You know how fucking weird it is. I don't understand it either. I always heard that phrase. Talk to a mage. Arcane fatigue, this. Magic tired, that. Means the same shit.
Oh. It really does put that much fatigue on someone. You can only run so far.
Yeah, he motions to your crossbow. Only thing stopping that's the amount of bolts you got.
Yeah. Guess there's something to be said for reliability.
He gets like this, oh, and he stands up and heads over to his room and comes back carrying a heavy crossbow. It's got...
Walker's packed a few more things while he was doing that.
It's got notches. It's got... The butt has been rebuilt like 3 or 4 times. It's got chips in it. You recognize this as the one he used to hunt with and one he has had for it's the only one you've pretty much ever seen him use. You want reliability. This fucking... It has followed me since I was about 15. He hands it to you.
Walker takes it, looks it over, literally looking a gift horse in the mouth. Are you... Your crossbow?
He nods. It's reliable, and reliable's what we need, right? I can get any old shit from the Stonebreakers. Sure, maybe the draw breaks in a month, but I'm not going to fight my own war anytime soon like you are, Moses. Beat the hell out of that thing. You can break it, you stab it, you can smash it, drop it, bend it. Booker's seen so many repairs, it's more... I don't think there's anything original on it. You know what? Kicking. He just kind of nods a bit. Hopefully you take down a few of those fuckers in the red band. You come across them with that. Gives a little half smile. Well, hopefully you don't come across them. Purses his lips a bit. That's all anybody's done this session is half smiles, pursed lips, and squinting.
Finishing and checking the crossbow, Walker draws the string back and lets it and puts it back in its original position, places it down. Thank you, Father.
I expect to see that thing again. And I expect to see a hell of a lot more work done on it. The amount of effort you've put into using it.
You will. You'll see it again. We'll see each other again.
I know you'll take good care of it.
It's this weird moment where the two are kind of silent.
Yeah, they're trying to say goodbye, but these are the two most awkward human beings on the planet.
I think the two eventually embrace in that way that, you know, father-son who aren't typically the touchy-feely type, but they're not going to see each other in a very long time. They kind of just don't say anything the entire time and, you know, let go.
Oh, and as you're kind of heading out, bolts for it. Oh, you got them for your other one, but his are bigger. Hands you a... It's not a rack, it's not a case, it is just a sack with bolts and some other various jingly bits and things in it that you gather are other parts and things where he has repaired this over the years. Just
so it's like dad's pouch of ammunition and lug nuts.
Yeah, pretty much.
And like Allen wrenches from various IKEA furniture.
Looking through it, there are all kinds of there's like a sight that was never put on it or broken off at one point. You can't even tell. All kinds of shit. A heavier string. All kinds of random garbage in there to fuck with.
I'm fucking adding that then to my inventory. I hope you don't think I'm fucking not.
I would assume that you would.
Pouch of dad's add-ons.
Yeah, pouch of dad's crossbow
and
garbage.
Other shit.
Yeah. And a rack of 18 bolts. Well, a rack's worth of 18 bolts. He gives you one last goodbye, and for maybe the last time, Moses Walker walks out of his childhood home.
A new crossbow on his back.
Well, an old crossbow on his back.
New to him.
Yeah. The most important thing, a garish crossbow on his back.
Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Made with garish trees. Clearly superior.
I'd need to look up what kind of trees are best to make a crossbow of. I don't know the answer to that at a glance. And so, as you head out, this first half of the time skip will come to a close till once we can see the rest of it.
Hog.
Whew.